worth a shot.
I was thinking the same thing. Was that the cold open?
I mean, that would totally have worked as cold open. um, let's
Okay, we
see.
can just cut this part out.
That's true.
Need YouTube to catch up.
Um,
All right, YouTube has caught up. All right, now we're live.
all right. Let's see. Cold opens.
And live from Cheap Seat Critics, it's a Cheap Seat Critics podcast.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
No.
Okay.
No. There was something I forgot. I was going to bring up at the beginning and forgot. The whole sinister reveal. Are we holding off that to the end or in the beginning?
Not anymore, no.
No, not anymore.
What's going on? What?
The sinister reveal, is that going to be towards the beginning or the end?
I think that's sinister to decide.
Well, I kind of don't. I don't want to splash a bunch of cold water over the whole thing, so I kind of don't want to do it like in the middle. But I think at the beginning would also be kind of weird because then it would be like, well, why is he still here if he just announced he's going to be going?
I think you can get it done at the beginning, and you could just have a normal pod with us. I think.
Okay.
I think that sends. I don't know. I feel like that would vibe with me the best in the sense of like if I were listening to a podcast and they make an announcement like that, I would prefer it to be towards the beginning so that way I could still enjoy the rest of the podcast with them. If that makes sense.
Okay.
You can bring it up right after socials.
Yes, that'll fit in right well.
I'm just thinking of a place to put it.
No, I know.
All right. Cold opens ideas. Otherwise, I'll just do one of my random unique questions.
Beautiful, powerful, dangerous, cold open.
Beautiful.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Just quoting a little of Frozen Heart. For those familiar with the hit opening, well, I don't know if it's the opening number, but is it the first? I don't know. It's either the first or second number of Frozen. Because there's the one of the context. Yeah, there's the one of the snowflake going.
See, I haven't seen Frozen, so whatever you say, I'll believe you.
I don't know if Frozen Heart's the first or second. Let us know down in the comments. Anyway, welcome to season 13 recap.
Oh, that was the cold open.
Why not?
That works. That works.
Okay.
With me today we have.
Hello, everyone. I'm one of your hosts, a geeky writer.
I'm Chris the Maroon.
I'm another host, a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks. And thank you all for being here and listening wherever you're listening from, whether your car, classroom, or the bathroom at a Denny's. If you're interested in any updates we have of anything that we may be coming up with or what have you, we have socials. If you look up Cheap Seat Critics Podcast over on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit. I haven't said Reddit in a while, so Reddit, I don't know how much there's there. We have stuff all over there. We got YouTube and Rumble for like a visual side of things to this podcast. And we have a letterbox if you're interested in like all the numbers we hold over everything we've covered.
I'd like to just add that we are on Reddit, but I don't think we've done anything on Reddit. So.
That's true.
That was kind of a dropped platform.
Yeah,
it's just been a couple months since we brought it up, so I don't know how.
Well, it's also been a couple months since we've done anything with it. So, if you want to do something with it on there, please. But not one of our main ones anymore.
That's true. But our eyes are still active for notifications.
Yeah. I guess a quick aside, we weren't really sure where to put this in, but we figured probably at the beginning with some clarification would fit in well. I am going to be taking a indefinite hiatus from the podcast going forward. I have no ETA of when I will be back, but things are just a little bit too hectic in my schedule to make time for this. So we will see, but I will probably still be involved somewhat behind the scenes on some decisions and things, but will no longer be a co-host for an indeterminate amount of time.
And again, what
It's good
Senator
say.
said, it's just on scheduling conflicts.
Yep.
Things overlapping, and it's just getting a little too much of
Listen,
chaos.
I know it's really easy to be like, oh well, there's obviously drama. There's obviously he doesn't like Crimson. Okay, him and Crimson, oil and water. But
It's Daniel. I'm
no,
so happy right now.
I mean, I hate the guy's guts, but I would still do the podcast with him on it.
Docket from the record, please. Scratch that.
Not to script, but yeah.
If he wasn't the most handsome man in the world, I would punch him right in the kisser right now. But
God, why are you so beautiful? If only the audience could see your face.
yeah.
Man, I forgot your hate love relationship behind the scenes.
Oh yeah,
really
I mean,
The sexual tension
I
really
mean,
can kill you.
I mean, yeah, it's just one of those things.
Anyway, if you still have, sorry, Ryder, if you still have like questions for Sinister about anything he's been a part of, recovered, or wasn't a part of, and you still like thoughts on it, we can still forward those questions and comments towards Sinister and get responses in return.
I will not answer any questions about Jackson Pollock or Ryan Johnson, though. So don't you? Yeah.
What about if they ask for your social security? Is that something you want to?
It's more inclined.
I'll give out.
That was just two.
I'll give out the 2 middle numbers in between. And I'll have to figure it out from there.
Yeah. No. And you know what? It'll well, obviously the podcast will still be here. Hopefully, when you get back.
No, I don't think I'm a huge cog in the wheel. I'm an important wheel, but I'm not the biggest cog in the wheel. So I think this will still be here.
But yeah, no, life can be hectic. It's not don't want to sugarcoat that. So,
we bleed for you people, so you better appreciate it.
No, yeah.
Kidding.
Yeah.
When a car gets a flat, it's still very different to drive.
Yeah. I may as well lead a little bit into my stuff as well. My life is also getting a little hectic and busy. I am not necessarily giving up my host position, but my time on the podcast might be a bit more
sporadic.
At risk. Sporadic, yeah. I'll be a little more inconsistent. I don't know if I'll be staying for entire pods or if I'm missing pods, but we shall see going forward for me as well. Though, for now, like I said, I'm everything seems to be going smoothly enough that it shouldn't affect my attendance to the podcast as much as I worry that it might in the future.
Yes. So, due to both these situations, hopefully Crimson doesn't drop something on me. I'll hopefully still be present. I'm still looking to be fully present, but we're looking for more guests, maybe returning guests, maybe a little, possibly things of just a duo, just like Crimson and I, or just Ryder and I, or just Crimson and Ryder, who knows. So there's still content being made and coming out. We'd rather not go miss a week because of schedule conflicts. Like, we do have backlogs and stuff like that for emergency situations, but we just don't want to let you down because of us.
Yeah. And, there will still be content coming out, but our main content being that we review movies and TV shows and shorts, among other things, and that one music video that I threw in there. It will... content will still be coming out. We just don't know if it'll be our main content. So you'll still be getting stuff. Just expect it.
Might be a little special. Who knows?
Yeah. Who knows?
I have nothing to drop, so there you go.
Sweet.
Been confirmed. My life hurdle happened.
Well, nothing to drop on this subject. Moving forward, Crimson, I know how you love bringing up the questions. So if you'd like to start us off with a hot, great question.
A hot, great question.
Well, preferably over cold. I don't know if a cold question is really good to start with.
Hot, great question. I think Scarlett Johansson wins from that opening shot in Lost in Translation.
Okay.
All right. So my hot off the press question. It's not a conventional one. It's a new one. So, in 100 years, which of these projects, because we covered the show as well, has the most staying power? What has the highest
this
potential?
season?
This season.
And
to have
that's
staying power,
including the Christmas specials or holiday specials. Because again, we apologize we didn't bring them up.
Lumping it in, yeah.
Okay,
sure,
we didn't talk about them in recap. Season 12, there was an issue that we
actually no, we won't.
Yeah.
That's an easy answer.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think that
we all
like
picked the same one at that point.
I just
right?
remembered what was in
Yeah.
Christmas, excluding Christmas, because I want variation.
Okay.
What has the most staying power?
Should we just go down the line?
Sure.
All right. I'm picking Lost in Translation. Do you want me to go into why, or just throwing it up
sure,
there?
Go ahead. More conversation out of it.
Okay. Lost in Translation. I'm picking it because for me, what's been usually my trend for things that stand the test of time is usually the quality of the writing. That's usually how I gauge of whether something will stand the test of time. In the same way that I think Iron Man 1 and Captain America: The First Avenger stand the test of time, and I think those are still going to be really great movies far into the future and stuff like that. Lost in Translation kind of falls in that for me. The writing for the characters is good enough to where it's gonna weather the storm, as it were. I would have picked Clone High, but I'm more hesitant when it comes to comedy, because comedy is more related to that era than it is necessarily the quality of the writing as a whole. So yeah, my pick would probably be Lost in Translation.
Right. My answer would be Flight of the Navigator, purely off the fact that it's related to Disney. Assuming Disney's still around in 100 years. I think anything connected with them would still be a known thing. Meanwhile, these other things we've covered are pretty isolated from anything. So I feel like they could be forgotten. At least Flight of the Navigator is tied to something I think has staying power by itself.
You know, we forgot to consider that they're making a sequel, right?
That's a remake thing,
kinda.
yeah.
Can't fucking wait.
For the fourth time. Maybe it'll come out.
I think my original answer probably would have been something along, like Flight of the Navigator. Just because of what Crimson said with the ties to Disney, but I do feel like it is kind of along the same lines as Black Cauldron, or that's kind of there's a couple other things that are just sort of like outliers that are somewhat forgotten in the Disney canon that were really big at the time or kind of had a following at the time and then sort of drifted off. Because I don't know. I mean, it is the oldest one that we've covered out of the list of this season, and people still know. I mean, I know it, and Sprinks knows it. But I'm going to say Lost in Translation, because I feel like not only not because it was my pick, obviously, but because I think it has something that most movies that stick around for a really long time and are still kind of in the public knowledge, like a good amount of people generally know it. It's kind of it has a very specific vibe that I think you can immediately pick up on. You can immediately pick up on being sort of lonely in a place that you're not very familiar with, or even just lonely, and kind of finding someone or something to grab onto that makes you not feel that way or less so. And I think that is a pretty decent foothold. I think Disney probably has it beat for the time being of just being a big marketing juggernaut. But I think the overall mood and vibe of that movie has a more long-term staying power.
All right, and the Disney thing's a good point to make. However, Flight of the Navigator was distributed by Disney, not made by Disney, which makes it a little harder to find. I think out of all the, this was pretty niche picks, I think, out of all of them. But I agree with Lost in Translation. I think would be most recognizable in 100 years, with its stylization to stand out of its storytelling.
All right. And I imagine we all would have picked Wonderful Life if Christmas was on. The
Yeah,
table.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that one because it already has been proven to stand the test of time.
Yeah.
I took a gander at it on LetterBox. I don't see any scores that are like below a 7.
Yeah, it's a highly
Or
regarded
sorry,
film.
3.5 stars.
right.
Yeah.
It's up there with Casablanca. It's just a film, like the film.
Yeah. It's got an
Film that
expectation.
defines a period.
Yeah.
Yeah, the same way that oh god, Citizen Kane does.
Oh yeah. Well, It's a
Yeah.
Wonderful Life was a running in Decades, wasn't it? We just vetoed it because
Yeah.
it's a holiday movie.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, we figured we might cover it for holiday season pick at some point. At that point, we didn't know it would be this season, but it would probably be
we had
future
discussed it that it should be something
Yeah.
for the future.
I think that's in that supplemental, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Probably.
it might be, although because we had some conversations outside of the supplemental, but I think that part of it is yes.
I think that was on one of my pitched for that decade, the 40s.
Pitching Woo again, are we?
Woo. Oh, I guess one thing I forgot to mention during the whole Sinister farewell announcement was we do have an idea to fill in the slot for Sinister for our season roster, and we'll be trying things out if our initial attempt doesn't really pan out, but we do have ideas to fill in the season slot.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's good to point out. It's not just like a shorter season now. We're bumped down.
Yeah.
So
Because Crimson is a stickler for old TV when it was 25 to 35 episodes long, and has said, "I will not have a 4-episode season."
that is one of
Won't
his
Give
do
me
it.
my
beliefs.
prolonged content.
Yeah. He was like the Walmart, not the Walmart, the Costco
Walmart.
guy. Like, if you raise the price of hot dogs, I will kill you. That was basically what it was. Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Crimson, do you like Costco hot dogs?
I haven't had it.
I'm not surprised.
But he enjoys the sentiment.
Oh boy,
I'm
this
assuming
is not a
I'm assuming
Crimson
he's had the
food
pizza.
podcast.
I've had their
No,
dinosaur
no.
chicken, which isn't really exclusive to that establishment. But that's where
I want to
usually
shoot
get
this
it.
one in the foot right now. I mean, this
There you go.
this could go on for another hour about his eating habits.
Yeah, that's true. We do a lot of that outside the podcast.
We do. Let's just shut that down right now. I can bring up. We have a couple things for this recap. I'll start with something from the last recap that I said I'd bring up, because I was asked about my ratings over. I think it was I don't know if it was mostly over American Movie, but I was recommended to go back and listen to it for my ratings on it. So I did go back and I re-listened to the rating in the American Movie episode of the pod, discussing it in that season's recap, and then last recap's Sprinks' objective rating thing. And I guess since I'm talking about that, I'll we're in that recap segment now. So if I find my notes here, and I will say, listening back to them, I don't know how this lines up. I fully agree with everything I said. Nothing I said confused me. Listening back to my own words, I was following along.
Fully agreed, not 90% agreed or anything.
Well, I did write out like 2 paragraphs here, so I'm gonna reread them, and they might be a little off, but I think they're pretty much 95% on there. So my American Movie rating was a 5.5, right in the middle, because when it came to a documentary, I didn't want it to be praised on the loss of lighting choices, because lighting choices was the main thing of it, or costume design. However, I don't think it should be miscredited for that either. It's like, because it wasn't apparent, it shouldn't be, a 1 or 0 of a scaling, but because it's not there, I wouldn't say that's a artistic choice or change or to the story because it's just not present. So it's not like above. So right in the middle, 5.5 is where I put it. The wishy-washy thought I brought up in the recap season 3 is over if elements of a film are removed rather than middle grounded at 5.5. So my objective scale would just be whatever is present, which could be a huge number difference. So if something is present in it, then it counts for my objective scaling. If it's not present at all throughout whatever is being covered, it's right in the middle for me. Crimson brought up the presence of showing location scouting, editing, and choreography in American movie, as to say how it would add or subtract from my objective rating. Those to me are just proven elements for the film Coven in the documentary of American movie and not the documentary itself. So those would help with the objective of covering Coven. But for the documentary itself, the documentary is not covering itself's scouting, location scouting, editing, or choreography. And then Ryder also brought up another example of the Mandalorian documentary series and how each episode targets like lighting or prop making. That again is showing proof for the show The Mandalorian, but not the documentary itself, which was brought up in season 3 recap around the 39-minute mark. It was brought up a couple times as well. If they can't understand it, such as Ryder, Crimson, and or Sinister, then the audience won't understand it because they've known me for longer. That was brought up in season recap 12. I have a quote here from Ryder. If we're lost on it and we're the people who hang out with you fairly often, we watch movies with you, we talk movies with you all the time, and if we're lost on it, our audience is definitely lost on it. I don't necessarily find that entirely true. Just because you've known me for longer doesn't mean it doesn't fully merit the difference of thought processing of myself and others. Ryder and Crimson, you both have a pretty good grasp on each other's thought process of discussing objective mostly. That doesn't mean others still can't not quite get what you're saying by the examples you're giving, just as much as how you guys don't get the same out of me from the examples I give. So the confusion that comes from my scaling could also be anyone's scaling to any audience members as well. I'm not saying it's a majority of listeners out there. I'm just saying it could still be about not 50-50. It's just there's not a lot of feedback, so we don't fully know. But I don't think it's impossible to think that some people could fully understand me or fully understand you guys and not the vice versa.
I guess on that point, I think you're taking some statements a little literal. Like when it said like no one will understand your scale, we aren't meaning literally there isn't a single person on the planet that might understand you, but it's a generalization term. No one said literally no one's going to understand your thoughts. It's no one's going to understand your thoughts because it's a small percentage. So it's easier just to say all instead of, you know what, most people, maybe a percent or two. It's just a shortcut phrase. It's a generalization for that particular example.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with Crimson. Shocker. On that particular point, which is I do my quote particularly. I did mean that as a generalization. I don't mean that literally. I will say this is a caveat. I understand your scale and concept, but that doesn't mean I understand it to like the degree that I don't have a consistency with it is my issue. And that's when I'm saying the audience will be confused over that is because you communicate your concept of your scale fairly well. The issue is that it's not nailed down enough for at least me to grasp it. And I extend that to the audience because my point about us hanging out with you regularly and talking movies with you regularly is a valid point to bring up because experience does help in understanding in concept. So it's not it's not that it's overriding what it's not that I'm overriding what your intent is to communicate your scale. I'm trying to nail down the consistency parts of what I understand in concept, but because that consistency needs to be there and understood for the audience as well.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And I guess because I going ahead, I knew you did your homework because I'm the one that I guess assigned the homework of doing the American movie and recap thing. I went back and did the same thing, and in the American movie, there were parts, and I mentioned it in the recap, where he had to call up a documentary team or whatever, an outside source that isn't just them and their own camera, uh, to film stuff, such as one of the parts in the film was them printing out posters for Coven and uh, putting it around campus and around the town and stuff. That was not one of the, not Mike, the other one, the guitar guy. What was his name?
Yeah, that's Mike. Yeah.
Oh, that was Mike. All right, that was not a Mike filming, because that's usually the two things: was the documentary or Mike filming most of the time. Sometimes there were family members. Uh, that one was a documentary one, so they had to plan to go to campus to film them putting up posters. That isn't directly correlated to production of Coven. That's for advertising, and that was something they had to plan ahead. It wasn't strictly, all right, we're filming Coven, let's just bring the camera crew in. That was additional stuff for this documentary. It had nothing to do with production of Coven.
I see. I see. Yeah, to schedule in the documentary crew to be present when putting up the advertisements. I don't know if it was fully said. I mean, I haven't seen American movies since we covered it. I don't know if there was talk of them saying beforehand. I don't know if it was beforehand saying, let's go to the school when you guys are here because it's a good location, or if it was like the day the documentary came and they're like, hey, where should we go? And then they brought it up as an idea. I mean, they're still planning either way, but it's not, the documentary team didn't say, hey, I think it would be cool if we did it in a school and like directed them.
Well, no. Yeah, because they edited at a school because they had to be they had to have an editing bay, and the school has an editing bay. But I'm sure it was just location wise of whatever was closest to when they were doing something else.
Yeah, it was convenience.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think on last recap, that one I didn't go back and listen to. Last recap, you talked about how you might retextualize or your scale for us to understand. I believe that you said that. Is that something that you accomplished or not? Or
no, not retextualizing my scale. I still think the best example I gave was in the last recap of like, see my objective as the subjective of how the film was created and made with all departments, and then my subjective is my personal entertainment enjoyment out of seeing the final product.
Okay. And I guess my last thing pertaining to your scale is the way I've been thinking about it since 2 recaps ago. I think two recaps ago, Ryder and I were like, "Oh, it's out the window." What our understanding was, I think that was 2 ago.
Yeah.
Going from there to this point, I've been operating where, for me personally, every movie's a 10 and gets lowered. The way I've been looking at yours since then was every movie's a 5 and it works up to a 10. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, that's. I think that's a better way to look at it. Every movie's right in the middle, and depending on what is present and shown, moves it around. I think that's easier to see than a 10 and what docks it, or the opposite of it starts at a 1 and what makes it better.
Out of curiosity, does that help? Did that help you conceptualize it better for yourself, Crimson?
That helped me solidify it, because that was like an unconfirmed process, but now it's confirmed to be somewhat of a correct.
Yeah, I think that's easier to mentally grasp.
I will continue with that thought process then.
An audience, go ahead if you'd like. or don't.
We'll
If you
let
like.
him have it.
If you want to go with that Jenga piece scenario I brought up, go ahead. Or if you just don't care about my ratings and I'm the one like bottom of your list of favorites on the pod, so be it.
Turns out I'm the lowest, apparently. According
Turns
to
out,
nobody.
who
'cause we got
knows?
nothing.
It's different for everyone.
Turns out people just like they have a bot that mutes Crimson the entire podcast. It's really weird.
That's wild.
That would be fun.
That's some
I mean,
dedication.
it's really, it must be really odd for them when I'm debating something that over love
yeah, it's
for
just
like,
like
for like 5 minutes there.
The love scale. The love
Yeah.
spectrum.
The
not
love
the
scale.
I love Spectrum.
love scale.
Those episodes are probably the least viewed, but
The
you know,
love scale.
Ooh, love boat reference.
Yep.
I guess since we're going off of things that we had left over from recaps or things that we started in episodes that weren't able to be finished, but then I have one. I believe it was on Violent Night. It was either Violent Night or It's a Wonderful Life. It was one of the two
Holiday specials.
Christmas holiday specials. Yeah, sorry, holiday specials from this season. Technically, it was this season, but it's I'm not going to mention that. There's a whole other ball of wax we don't need to go into. We went behind the scenes. It's the whole thing. Anyways, I had a point that I wanted to bring up, but I was told we didn't have time and we'd save it for the recap. So now it is the recap. So I will, because we mentioned that Sprinks has a very specific criteria involving Christmas movies, where he believes that if a movie does not take place on Christmas, it cannot be considered a Christmas movie. So
It's one of the
Christmas Eve,
caveats.
not if it takes place entirely on Christmas Eve. By his own personal estimation, it is not a Christmas movie. Now, this is also in line with a long-standing argument between Crimson and Sprinks and I
Oh no.
about whether Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Now, Die Hard takes place exclusively on Christmas Eve. Thereby, Sprinks' own estimation, it cannot be a Christmas movie.
I'm waiting for my chance to rebuttal.
You go. I'm open. Go for it.
First off, the
Pieces have been laid out.
the Christmas Day is a caveat to determine whether I find it a Christmas movie or not. It's not a make or break deal for a film. Violent Night, I believe, entirely is on Christmas Eve because he leaves at night, and I don't think it's ever Christmas Day. It never passed midnight. I think we brought it up at one point because I brought up like what time is it or something, and we said it was like 11:30 when the film ends or something like that, if I remember correctly. So that was never shown for Christmas Day. Die Hard, however, does go on Christmas Day because it starts on Christmas Eve night, or Christmas Eve day, sorry, when John McClane arrives at the airport with Argyle, to the following morning when they drive away in the police car during the credits. So it does touch on Christmas Day in Die Hard.
Unfortunately, I also did some research in prep for this because I kind of had a feeling there was going to be a rebuttal. So, there are no clocks throughout pretty much the entirety of Die Hard, especially in the last 30 minutes or so when the crossover to Christmas would be happening. At no point can you see the sunshine coming up, which is not necessarily, a given for the next morning, obviously.
That's true.
But it is an important timekeeper. Also, it would be roughly 4 p.m. when he gets there because 4 p.m. is in December would be when it starts to get to the evening times or the twilight times. And the hacker specifically says it'll be a 7-hour job after probably about 30 minutes of him being there. So say about 4:30 of it. So by the time the movie's over, give or take an extra 15, 20 minutes, it would only be roughly 11:30, 11:50.
If that math adds up, then that's something I'll have to go back and calculate in Die Hard.
There we go.
And assuming it is accurate, what would I guess be your report again if it
If it
warrants another
wasn't
report?
taking place on Christmas Day,
Mhm.
Yeah.
still a Christmas movie.
All right. Well,
It does bunk it down if it's not present, but still a Christmas movie. There are still other elements that still hold it up.
Oh.
Now, if we're just talking about Christmas movies as a thing, I'll touch on something Crimson brought up. I don't know how far along it was, but Crimson, and these are from my memory, so please help me out with this. You stated
Mhm.
that Christmas Eve and Christmas Day are practically one and the same.
Practically. Yeah.
So if something is on Christmas, it can be the same of Christmas Eve. Not necessarily
Uh,
Christmas Day same, but if they're like, oh, we're doing this for Christmas, and it's whatever these people are saying is happening, and it occurs on Christmas Eve, it would still match up to you being their word is true.
so if it's the beginning of December and someone's like, "All right, what's your Christmas plans?" and I'm like, "All right, I'm gonna have a family gathering for dinner, Christmas dinner," and that takes place on Christmas Eve, I would still classify that as Christmas. Yes.
Okay, but so if someone said, what are you doing Christmas? I'm getting together with my cousins, and on Christmas Eve they meet up with the cousins. That still meets for you.
Yeah, because you got Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, but the broad term of Christmas encompasses both. That's what my point is.
Okay. Okay, I was just
So if they're
clarifying
like,
that.
"What are you doing Christmas Day?" then I wouldn't bring up the dinner thing.
The Eve.
But if they're just saying Christmas, then that encompasses both days.
Okay.
Fair game. And since you're throwing the point out there,
I'm
you
a Christmas
disagree,
Day guy.
obviously.
Someone says, "What are you doing Christmas?" I always take it as Christmas Day. Christmas Eve to me has to be specifically stated.
The other two,
No, if someone, yeah, you have to be specific if you want specifics. Otherwise, I broadly encompass both. If you say, "What are you doing Christmas?" I assume you're including Eve and day within that. And the reason for that is because for half my life, we used to celebrate Christmas like at 11:30 to 1:30. We celebrated the crossover. So that for me, that's what ties it to both. For me.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, in my household, like Christmas Eve was always kind of like that was like the big family get together day, and then Christmas was like personal, like just you know, your
absolutely.
parents and yeah, that stuff. So I always kind of felt like they were pretty much one and the same. It was just the difference of how many family members were there.
Yeah, that's usually how mine's divided. Eve is the big family. Christmas Day
Yeah,
is the household family.
I mean, we still open gifts on Christmas Eve that are from extended family, and there's still a tree. There's still a dinner had or what. The only difference is that there's less family on Christmas Day than on Christmas Eve. In my household, anyways.
Cool. Any other Christmas holiday questions?
No, but we do have to get to um, the shorts thing if there's nothing else. So that's probably the other carryover from the previous season.
All right, go ahead.
Well, that would be a Sprinks thing because
Oh, okay,
his was
okay.
the,
You're
the
pitching it to me. Gotcha. So the
Well,
Don
I was
Hertzfeld
also saying that if
shadow.
anybody have it, yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, that's fine. So the Don Hertzfeld shadow situation that was brought up in the last recap. Actually, no, it was brought up in Sinister Shorts
Yes,
over them,
yeah.
and then I think it was touched on in the recap that I would go back and find shadowing. Now, I will say that my words were for shadowing of what I'd find. So it's merited on my words of shadows being present or not. However, in the objective for me of the short itself, that would go into lighting presence of my rating. So I want to say for if a lighting is occurred, then that goes into the lighting because lights cause shadows. but my words were shadowing. So if there's no actual shadow present, but there is a form of lighting present, that's the difference between the two. So I just to clear up any confusion, just in case. Okay. So I do have examples. So, banter amongst yourselves because I got to get this connected.
All right. Well, while Sprinks is doing that, Sinister, did you go back and check as well?
I did.
All right. So we'll have some good back and forth. Then.
Potentially, we'll see.
I was just worried to be a one-sided thing. So
No.
we
I
got
wouldn't,
receipts on both ends. Should be interesting. I'll
Yeah.
throw it out there. I did not go back and check, so I'm taking both of you at your guys' words on this one.
Well, I did run something by you.
The one I was thinking might have a shadow you showed me did not.
Yeah.
Okay, so example 1, we'll start with Billy's balloon. And in Billy's balloon, there is no shadowing underneath any character. However, in depiction of clouds, there are sketched darknesses around the edges and inner of the cloud to give it a shading, which to me could not only is for depth, because that was another thing I was really questioning, was what was used for depth. And one of the great examples in Billy's balloon is the grass line that's seated behind Billy and everyone on the field, to show the depth of the drawing or animation. So I took the clouds as a form of shading for shadowing, which goes into shadowing as a form of lighting. So I have one image present, and then I have a second image of a different section of Billy's balloon.
Are these images on the visual side, or is this just us? Is it clarifying?
Oh, it's on both sides.
Okay, so I
No,
can comment on it.
You can. I'm showing it also with you guys as presents. You have visual aid to see it.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's shading, but it's not shadowing, because it's to make, because if they were just the fluffy clouds, they wouldn't. If you just drew like the squiggles, they wouldn't look quite right. So with the shading, it makes them look more voluminous. Not that they have shadowing though.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's no.
And I'm talking about the presence of the outside.
No,
Not
I know.
inside.
I'm just clarifying. I think what the intention on it was, not necessarily that it was to indicate shadows.
Okay, so that's a no on shadows then for Billy's balloon.
Well, based off what you just said, what you think the black outline signifies shadowing of the clouds? Is that what you just
Because
said?
of the way they are drawn, yes. Because it's not just
Okay,
a single sketch like all the characters or the balloon itself or other things in the short.
Well, it's like the balloon. It's got a black outline and a different color in the middle.
I see the
They just
clouds
did
have
a different.
more.
They just did different line work. They did a messy sketch. I forgot what the loose drawing. That's what the term's called.
Yeah.
They did a loose drawing.
Smudging.
Of the clouds. Because if it was an actual shadow, you'd have direction of light, because you were bringing up light earlier. So the bottoms would have a thicker line. So because obviously the sun's on top of the clouds, so the top would, even if you don't have a highlight, because you can have shadows without highlights, the shadow would still be the opposite of where the light would be, and these clouds don't have that.
So I will say, there is shading, but it's kind of to make sure they differentiate from the rest of it. Because if they were just the squiggle of a cloud and they were the same as the background, it would be much easier to lose stuff in there, or to have it not show the character, or show the characters through it. So by having it like that, then you can have the plane going through it later, and it doesn't go through it. Exactly. Yes.
Okay, so that's a no on shadowing.
On Billy, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Ryder, what do you think?
I'm still kind of rolling around in my head. I see it more as shading, I think, than shadowing. They add a depth to the clouds, which again, you said it makes it look better. Yeah, I don't really have much to add on that. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, no. I was just making sure
On
you
to
had
rejected, probably.
No, just checking. Now,
Yeah.
does that go into lighting?
Shading?
Does it show lighting presence?
Shading,
Oh.
by definition, does show lighting presence to a degree, yes. But
I would
it's
also like to point out something. I did say that there is a use of lighting. However, I did not say it was drawn in
No,
because
that's
obviously,
something
yeah,
I also found present, which was the lighting
yeah,
on the animation itself, which
yeah,
reflects off of it. That's not what I'm talking. Well,
a little bit.
I'm thinking of all my examples. No, I don't think any
Yeah.
of my examples for that are of that
Okay.
sort,
Okay.
of the reflection off of
Yeah.
the paper. Which I guess a little side note which goes into it, because Sinister, you left during the recap, and I think Crimson brought it up. Was all your Don Hertzfeld examples you gave, so not all of his works, just the 3 you show,
Yeah, just the 3.
were they stop motion or flip book style, or were they animated to just look that way using like computer animation?
I think
Whoa.
I think I did.
That's not what I
I
said.
think I did put in the beginning, maybe. I know I said it at some point. That all of the Don Hertzfeld shorts that I showed, there was a I don't know if Burley's Balloon had it, but I know Rejected, and I think Meaning of Life had it at the end, that no computers were used in any of the animation. So all 3 of them are
Okay, so it was
okay.
one
hand.
image, click, next image, click.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now I'll clarify what I actually said, because I didn't say that. Was I didn't count this as stop motion, because for me, stop motion has to be revolving around taking pictures of objects moving. This is just paper. The closest you could say is crumpling the paper for Rejected, and I'd say that's a stop motion element, but I
Yeah.
would not consider it stop motion.
And in my notes, I did highlight that there were elements of stop motion, specifically in Rejected, but I don't believe there was any in technically in Meaning of Life.
Okay, to jokingly move his words around, paper's not an object. That's what I heard. So we'll move on. I'm joking. Okay.
Okay.
It didn't fit what you meant as stop motion in the sense of it.
Crimson
Got
will remember this.
All right. Moving on to Rejected. Sorry for the pauses here. Just moving.
No, we gotta.
Oh, the film
to-
The Void. I guess when you film a TV screen on a movie, the LEDs in the screen are technically changing. So filming a TV in a movie is also stop motion then? If you want to get semantical with it.
If we're
There's
doing
limits to
art,
things.
if we're doing art and all the glitters, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a good example. Possibly.
there's limits.
Yeah, there's limits. Okay. Next up, Rejected. First example I have here is when the UFO comes down and plops the guy's eyes out of his head. It is drawn in black rather than just pupilless round. Is that a form of shadowing from the inside of an empty head?
That's after his eye's been removed?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. After his eyes.
I think that's a good argument. Because his head would be black due to shadows, due to lack of light entering it. I would actually say yes. I would say that would be shadow.
Now, I don't want to be a semantics guy, but I would like to specifically highlight something that was said on when we are having this kind of disagreement. I'll say like that.
The discourse.
A discourse. That's a good. Yeah, we're having a discourse over the nature of the shadow. I believe specifically, and because I will count that is a form of shadowing. what was being specifically brought up was the lack of uh reflecting of a shadow on the ground, uh which was specific, I believe, was specifically brought up, and that was what we said was an artistic choice. So that is what I was looking for when I was doing this. I was not specifically looking for any bit of shadowing at all involved, because obviously there is going to be something, but I believe we were specifically talking about characters having a shadow or having a line underneath them or what have you.
Okay. Well,
Um,
I mean, we've already
I'm fine.
proven.
I'm like I said.
We've already
Well,
proven it's
yeah.
not obviously there's something because Billy's balloon didn't have any.
Well, yeah. That's the point, though, is that they didn't have it, and it was an artistic choice to not have the shadow lines or to have the lighting on there. But that was specifically, I believe, what was being brought up. I didn't go back and rewatch it, obviously, but I'm pretty sure that was the main impetus for the discourse in itself. Um, but like I said, I'm more than willing to admit that that is shadowing, but for a very specific reason, and that you can't have just a character pupilless when he has his eyes removed. So you obviously can't have just a blank face because you can't indicate that the eyes are gone. But like I said, I'm willing to admit that's shadowing.
Okay. And then writer, thoughts on it?
Very simply, yeah, that looks like shadowing to me.
Okay. And then another example I had again in rejected was the clouds returned. They weren't shaded in for the gray to look like the Billy's balloon one, so they weren't, I guess, that full of water, but they still had the same kind of smudging outside.
It fits. For that one, it fits more like the idea of the whole set breaking down. Like it adds more to the idea that they're like fake props almost falling to the ground.
Yeah.
No.
That's the context of what's happening in rejected, but the use of it to like the difference in the design of like the stars not being smudged or articles of clothing like the bunny ears or the hat on the two characters, but the clouds being it. Since you brought up, that's for the use of depth, but I didn't know if that was shadowing. We already talked about some Billy's, but I guess being in Billy's that it wasn't this again as example is not.
Well, Ryder was saying that Billy's had real clouds. These were fake clouds.
The concept
Oh,
being that in the one in Billy's balloon were real clouds. The ones that here are supposed to be fake because it's the whole idea of the whole props falling down kind of thing.
Because obviously
point.
clouds wouldn't fall.
yes. Okay, yes.
And it wouldn't make it sound like a crash.
No, of course. But is there a difference in, I guess, between real or fake in these two forms of art?
Well, like
Yeah, kind of, yes. In that the one in Billy's balloon is intended to make it obvious that the sky is real, that Billy's being dropped from. Here, it's supposed to feel like the stage slash the props are all falling apart.
Well,
The
yes.
intention is entirely different.
Does that change the thought of shading?
well, no, I would just like to also re-clarify what I said earlier. That also the clouds are gray, so that when the plane goes through it, it goes through it, and you don't see like the plane disappear through like a white cloud with a white background. In this situation, they don't go through the clouds, so they can be white because you're not going to have to do anything more than you've already done. So in this situation, they don't have to be gray.
No, again, that's not
No, yeah.
when I brought up Billy's balloon, the inside gray was a color choice. I didn't count that as the shadowing or shading of the cloud. I meant the
Yeah,
outside.
no, I know.
Which definitely in Billy's balloon, the plane's white, and to go through white clouds could be a little confusing. So it shows the depth field of making the clouds gray to help. But even the use of gravity in here, now when the clouds are falling, there's no shadow being caused on the ground. I didn't see that present in any of the three. But still, the smudging use versus not smudging anything else, if that was a use of shadowing or just a form of depth. But in Billy's balloon, we said it wasn't, so I'm going to take it for rejected that it isn't.
Agreed.
Okay. So rejected because of the eyes has shadowing, which has a
In
form
that
of lighting.
form,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And then moving on to meaning of life, which I found the easiest sense of lighting.
So it's. I'll wait for
All right. So in meaning life, the sun being present, or multiple suns or stars, as it's being shown in space, has a light to it, illuminating off of, I don't know exactly how it was filmed or made that way.
Exposures.
Exposures, thank you. But I clearly saw that as a form as lighting.
Yes, that. Yeah.
that is lighting. Yeah, agree with that. I mean, your core thing was shadows.
Yes, yes. These
You were
lighting.
distinct from the beginning of
This
this.
was to
So
show lighting, which was
Mhm.
for both. So the lighting thing for all of them was to show that lighting was present for my objective rating. The shadowing was to go off of my discussion of last recap of the little heated back and forth Sinister had with me about the shadowing thing. So, in the third example here, what I found is one of the forms of evolution of humans, as we may however you can see it fit, and the meaning of life
some
here.
sort of creature.
Yes. There's only an example that is present here in this image that has a shading on the inside of the creature. Everything else is just a solid color that kind of blends in with the background or goes with the background. So I found that this is the one example of shading used for shadowing. And I don't have the full animation, but it does move with the creatures.
Obviously.
It's not a background.
Yeah, I don't have anything for that.
I agree. That is a shadow. I could argue the shadows don't really make sense to where the sun is, but there are shadows on the way. The angle they're at is a little weird because it would be like the sun is right next to them instead of overhead at an angle. But
That's true.
it is present. There is no casted shadow on the ground though.
Well,
Are they
that's also
floating in
that
the
I
animation?
think so.
I see it
I
as
think
them
so.
floating. They're kind of floating, going off to the right. So I don't know how high up they are.
Okay, that's fair then.
But again, with the lighting, they wouldn't be above the sun. And then writer, yay or nay? Just to get your 2 cents
This
on it.
one, yeah, this one I'm kind of neutral on. This one doesn't really because of it. It's just it's such strangely uh, artistic in the sense of like I could argue that the darker spots are shadowing, but at the same time, it was just a stylistic choice to indicate that it's a different planet. Because that's what they did every time he went to a different planet. He changed the lighting into something different.
Sinister, we never
Well, I
got
would
that.
almost agree,
Sinister, was
but
that
it was
fully
confirmed it was Earth.
Earth?
Yeah, John Hertzfeld said it was Earth.
Okay, so it's
Whole time.
stages of evolution.
Not within the film, though. So
Yeah.
I don't think
that's
we
meta
ever went to a
knowledge that I
different
don't.
planet. It took
No,
us
what
out
he's
into
saying is that
space, but
he's saying that
No,
Don Hertzfeld says it's planet Earth, but there's no indication
yeah.
oh,
in,
okay,
I,
in the
gotcha.
I
movie.
assign. Remember,
Yeah,
I ascribe to death of the author. It's
yeah.
not explicit within the film, therefore I can interpret it however it is.
Gotcha.
I didn't interpret it as Earth the entire time watching it. So yeah, because the lighting changes for each quote unquote planet, different planet that we visited, I don't necessarily see that as an indicator of shadowing. I see it as an indicator it's just a different planet to show a different species.
It could also be the design of the creature, like that's their color. That isn't a shadow. That's the color, which would make sense with why I think the shadows don't line up to where the sun is. 'Cause, like I said, it would come in from the side.
I did have the thought that this is for the creature, but then again, I diminish that because this is the only form that has a difference of shading or coloring to the creature opposed to anything else. Everything else is just the outline drawing in a background.
I got it up, and no, there's several.
There's several that are shaded.
Yeah, There's I think the first one's like 7 minute 20. There's another
Actually,
one
I
at
have
like
a clarifying question.
7:30.
Are we referring to the shading on the creatures themselves or the lighting on the side, like the deep
The
yellow
shading on
orange?
the creature
Creatures
itself, I
themselves.
believe.
Okay.
Because I don't know example. If anyone's seen Chowder, a Cartoon Network show, when they move around, their outfits don't stick to them. It's like a background piece. And I
Yeah.
felt kind of like that in Meaning of Life when they move around, the background coloring of the world, especially like over time, gets more vibrance and colors, and that kind of fits them. They don't really stand out of like the, I guess if they're white, like the white doesn't really, almost like they're translucent, kind of.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, 'cause it's a filter over the thing. It's
Yeah.
not on the paper itself. Yeah. Um, I guess my final thought for whether that's shadowing or not is there is the montage kind of near the end before there's the conversation between the
Parent and kid.
the older parent and the younger child, um where there is, and this is what I was also clarifying when we were doing it, is that there is a sense of shadows, especially in A Meaning of Life, with these blanket lighting choices kind of near the second half of the movie, which I was willing to concede was a form of lighting and shadows specifically, just not on the animation itself. Uh, where there is kind of like this, I want to get like a spotlight on this ever morphing creature as it's evolving and de-evolving and what have you, and it doesn't have this shading on it to indicate, which could very easily have just on the back part, and it doesn't have it throughout. And if that was specifically designed to be a light source hitting it in some way, and granted Crimson's already stated that it doesn't really make sense for the lighting, but I'm just going off of it. If it is the shading for the shadows, it would be present on that montage bit as well, because it so perfectly is just like a spotlight, and it would be, be very difficult to shade it, but it would be possible because you would have a light source and it would make sense.
I agree.
And given it doesn't have that, it would be hard for me to consider that as shadowing, and it is present on several other characters in this,
Meaning of
evolutionary
Life.
thing. Yeah, in A Meaning of Life specifically.
The example you gave about that spotlight part, being
Mhm.
that the evolution or whatever that creature is going through all the forms without any shading on it, I saw that as that lighting spotlight was simply a background and not an actual light cast upon it.
Well, yeah, but I was just, like I said, I was
It
conceding
looks
to
that way,
the
or can be
yeah, I
perceived
was
that way.
yeah, yeah. That, and like I said, that was my original thing, is that in the I was like, well, there are implementations to represent shadow and definitely lighting. However, there would be very few actually drawn in things. Now, I will concede that technically Rejected does have shadows. I can't go back. So you get that one. I was wrong. You win the argument. There is shadowing in a Don Hertzfeld short. But I would just like to clarify what my point wasn't specifically on
Yes,
that.
yes, yes, yes. Yeah, the context of your thought on what you
Yeah.
meant was, yes, I understand that. And again, on my words, I don't know if I said any or all. Um, so it's not a full win of an argument if I did say all, because
I think you
Billy's
said any. I think you said any,
could
but
be, yeah. I'm not fully 100% on either way. So again, I guess with that, then Meaning of Life, shadows or no shadows?
or will this be
Shading.
something to have to be
I see
rewatched to?
I see them. I might have to rewatch it, but I'm still leaning on shading for this one. Just based on what we have as images, that colors to me is shading to give the creatures depth. That's
This will be answered by a question. Sinister, Don Hertzfeld,
Mhm.
he
Okay.
Did he go to school for drawing and stuff?
No, he did not.
Self-taught.
Yeah, pretty much. He went to
Nice.
film school.
I'm just trying to, because he's
Yeah,
obviously
yeah.
skilled and would know lighting. So
Yeah.
my problem with these creatures is the lighting doesn't make sense to it, where the sun would be. It would be overhead.
Yeah.
So the shadows don't add up, which is making me think it's part of the creatures. Like they have a gradient, like fur coat or skin tone or something. That it isn't a shadow, but just what their skin, if they have skin, looks like.
Yeah.
So I will say no shadow, but there is light because the stars.
Yeah.
Okay. So in conclusion, to bringing this up, there's lighting present in all three that we covered. Only one has definitive shadowing.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. That concludes it.
There we go. Wonderful. That was some good discourse. I like that.
Here we are.
We didn't have like
diving into the.
We didn't have the "you fucking asshole" and "no, fuck
Well, that's
you."
not needed. No.
No.
I wish I wasn't born so I couldn't hear this conversation.
Hold on. I can start. Hold on. I can start that right now. See, Jackson Pollock.
No.
No.
You fucking asshole.
Damn it, Ryder. Wait till we start a Jackson Pollock movie, okay?
There is one.
I know one that has an example of it.
It's a iffy.
Isn't there an episode of
There is a
Leverage?
Jackson Pollock biopic, but I've heard
There's a
it's
great scene
so-so.
in Ex Machina that covers
No.
Jackson Pollock.
The mere mention of Ex Machina makes me not want to see that.
Oh, it's a great film.
It actually is pretty good.
Anywho,
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Alex Garland.
I thought you were.
Yes.
No, I thought you were talking about the video game.
No.
I have seen Ex Machina. That's a fantabulous film.
The games are actually okay too. Though I
was just meaning the story. I was just talking about the story of the games is not good.
what do I remember about the games? I remember enjoying the story of 2. I don't remember the story of 1 or 3 at all.
Like a better cyberpunk.
Actually, I guess to stay on the realm of films and bring it up, being that Alex Garland's repertoire is Ex Machina, Annihilation, Men.
He also wrote 28 Days Later.
Yes, wrote 28 Days Later. I believe his next one is Civil War. Has anyone seen the trailer for that?
I didn't see the trailer for it, but I saw the Jesse Plemons haircut, so I think I'm familiar with the movie.
Oh,
I have officially seen the trailer. That could
Ryder was very confused.
Yeah, I was very confused because I was shown the map first, and I'm like, Civil War. I immediately went to history. I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at? It's pretty much my response.
And then
California.
Yeah, and then I found then I learned that it was a movie and it's gonna be a fictional story, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess. And then having seen the trailer, in concept, I see potential. However, there are very few writers or directors I would trust to do something like that correctly in today's day and age.
What about the guy who did Men? Don't you trust him?
No.
I think he.
I'm just saying that's a work we've covered of his.
Yeah, give me his repertoire again, Springs.
Ex Machina, Annihilation, Men, and wrote 28 Days Later.
Yeah. All right. He's 2 for 4, so I think he's got a 50-50 shot.
I think he's written. Oh, he also was a supervisor on the Devil May Cry movie. Or no, sorry, the PlayStation 360 game, which is interesting. It's a weird one.
Yeah. I'll give him 50-50 shot. I think he can make it work. But I've never seen outside of Ex Machina. I don't think any of his works have been super blown me away. And this looks to be like a high budget, almost war movie.
Oh, he also wrote.
That's
Dread.
Definitely not his wheelhouse.
He wrote Dread.
He wrote Dread, and I think directed parts of it. It says he's uncredited on the director part of it on Wikipedia, but I don't know if that means there was multiple directors or if he worked as one for a little bit and then they
He's
switched him out.
uncredited as a director. It must have been a very minimal
Well,
role.
Crimson,
Yeah.
you're a big Dread guy. You got a badge on your PNG.
I do.
Yeah.
Nice tie into it. Great film. Top tier.
Written
Maybe
by
we'll
that
cover
guy.
it.
I like your cadence there. The great film, top tier. Don't
One of the
like men
best.
though.
Of the best.
Could be 10 out of
Sure.
10. Don't know.
Didn't like men though.
Wow.
No.
And then Crimson's seen Annihilation as well. I mean, we've already covered
I
some of
have.
the history.
I
but
loved our conversations about men. That was great.
Yeah.
That was probably, I think, better than how much we like them. How our liking of the movie probably.
That was episode 2.
I preferred our podcast over the movie, yes.
Yeah.
Though it was awesome. We did get to see it with like a 70-year-old man who sat through the whole movie, and I don't know what he was in there for. That was worth
Ben?
seeing the movie.
Well, you and Crimson did.
Well, we did, yeah.
I saw it with someone else, and about 3 or 4 couples got up towards that end
you
bit
know.
and walked out.
That's you know what, that's an experience I really want to have someday, is having actual like half the theater walk out of a movie, or having somebody like walk out of a movie. That would be that'd be awesome. I've never seen it happen.
Let's see. My experience was I went to the theater by myself. It was a big theater, and there were people there, and none of them left. So good on them, I suppose.
They were connoisseurs. They were there for the A24.
You got some different people in your town.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No one
Now,
left.
that means there was slim pickings, but
Actually, in fact,
No,
they
no,
clapped.
they cheered. They like,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. They weren't that crazy. But no, it was definitely like there were definitely a few of the snobby like push the glasses up your nose types in there. Critic from Ratatouille, you know that guy.
Yeah.
There were definitely a few of those in there.
Oh,
There was a couple berets in the audience.
I think you can see that person in any A24 film.
Yeah, it's true. But here's the funny thing about it. They thought it was weird I was taking notes.
You're like, what are you doing?
That's funny. I didn't realize we'd be
I
talking
thought
about
you were
men
the
so much in
glasses
season
guy.
13 recap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably, I think, the most out there thing we've covered. I think there's only one thing that could probably push it into second place.
You know what, sister? I love that segue. What is the most out there thing we've covered?
It's either men or probably American movie. I think American movie might also be up there. Yeah.
Where's my list of our fucking shit that we covered?
Our shit. Oh my goodness. Watch your language.
We're not talking about Left Behind here. Most out there? Men is out there.
It's pretty fucking out there.
It's pretty fucking like, out there, man.
Like Brain Dead is out there, but it's different kind. I wouldn't compare them.
Yeah, Marston Moms is also out there, but it's different kind.
That's different kind.
I guess like
I would actually say
men.
Yeah. I think men would win that pretty handily.
I'm thinking men or American movie are both kind of like our most out there. American movie is just out there just because it's a documentary, but I think there's different characters. Yeah, there's characters in there that you can relate to, but
I guess that's something we don't have to do it now, but I guess that's something we can cover for a later date of like what's our definition of out there.
Yeah, I think third. I'll make an argument for third place because I think third place is what's going to be the most interesting one. I'm probably going to put "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou."
Oh Brother, Where Art Thou's out there.
That's actually a good example.
Yeah, I haven't seen it out there.
What's Crimson's most out there pick? What's the most like?
I agree with the men assessment. I think
that's why I said we're skipping the 3 because that's where things get interesting.
You mean what Crimson's chosen?
Yeah, what's like the most like non-Crimson pick? Like you wouldn't expect Crimson to pick that.
Oh, is this for everybody, or is this for me?
Yeah, well, I was asking you specifically, but I guess it can be anybody now.
Well, okay. Most out there pick I've done.
Yeah.
Uh,
Death at a Funeral, I think, is kind of up there.
that is what I was thinking.
I don't know.
Not my typical comedy. I usually don't watch just flat out comedies. It's usually an adventure film with comedy elements or something. But never straight comedies, let alone that that comedy.
I will say for me, when Crimson pitched Death at a Funeral, I was not surprised by his pick.
What was your thoughts then?
I
You
thought
know,
it was
actually-
just
'Cause
after
you didn't know
you
what it
pitched
was, right?
Practical Magic, I figured you'd choose any movie from the 90s or early 2000s no one's ever heard of. That just seems to be
Practical
your
Magic.
click.
Death at
Practical
Funeral
Magic-
2010, so
Early 2000s. It's 2024 now, Crimson.
Mid 2000s.
That was 14 years ago.
That's 2010s. That's its own.
Practical Magic is probably my favorite that he's picked. Another out there one is probably Secret Garden, because that does not really.
It fits
I don't
Crimson.
get Crimson vibes.
Same with
I don't get
Changeling.
Crimson
It just
vibes.
fits what he chooses.
Well, yeah, he's pretty lucky in that he has a general consensus.
Even
but
Left Behind, I think, kind of fits in there.
that's just because Nicolas Cage is in there, but he's a big fan.
I do have a vibe, I suppose,
Yeah,
including
you like.
what
I think
other
you like
things I have on my list to show.
non-leading. I think you like non-leading men in leading roles.
Look.
I think that's a big vibe.
Look, I think we all have our different vibes, which really stand out on this pod, and I'm glad they're all different, and I love it.
Now, this is a second question. Because I'm a music person. This is kind of similar to that. I've had this thing recently where I've been kind of trying to categorize a movie as a specific genre in like music, or I feel like a movie that represents a specific genre in music. I have two in my mind specifically that I can think of that I feel like represent genre. I haven't like delved into this too deeply. And we haven't covered either of these things I want to say, so we're not going to talk about them too much, but I'm just going to put them out there as like representative. A movie for me that represents punk rock is Repo Man from 1980s. And then a film that represents metal for me is Mandy, starring Nicolas Cage. But I'm curious if there's any movies that we've done so far that represent a music genre for anybody. I know it's a very difficult thing to categorize, but I'm curious if anybody out there is.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Crimson. I know this immediately eliminates you, but
Well, brother, oh brother, where art thou?
That's the thing.
Yeah,
Fully
yeah.
encompass.
I get folk out of that, you know.
like that's a folk movie.
Bluegrass.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll surface level.
I will say, Sinister, I have not seen your punk rock option. You said.
Yeah. I know you've seen. I know you've
but
seen
Mandy, fully agree.
Yeah.
That's the most
That's,
metal movie I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And then, hopefully, I got the genre right. Like, would Secret Garden be like new age vibes?
Yeah.
Would that be?
Yeah. Like you mean like that, like the like acoustic single, like solo instrument kind of thing, like
Slower,
yeah.
calming. Yeah.
Little on the nose, but I think Lost in Translation could be Lounge Singer.
Lounge sing.
That is
like
genre.
that.
Yeah, that's fitting.
If I was getting like really specific, I'd say like dream pop, but I was kind of I'm like kind of like aiming for like a very kind of general.
I was just thinking
So that
slow, calming
yeah.
love.
Yeah, I think your thing still fits.
But what is Avatar: The Way of Water?
That's
I'll refrain.
that's prog rock. That's prog rock. It's really long. It's really
Wrong.
confusing, and it doesn't really go anywhere.
It's not confusing.
That's brutal.
I'm glad I got righted with that one.
That's a very interesting question, Sinister.
Yeah, thank you. I came up with it myself.
I like it.
Yeah.
That's something that more thought could be put into.
Yeah, that could be a whole special season, maybe a genre, musical genre.
You know what?
Films.
We'll put it out. Let us know down in the comments. What have we covered that you think hits a musical genre?
Yeah.
And then I should probably add this caveat: if you add musical, you didn't do your job.
Yeah, if you put in music video, one of writer's music videos or a
The
musical we
Greatest
covered.
Showman.
Yeah, Greatest
Yeah.
Showman musical. It hits it.
Yeah, you're right.
Broadway.
Did its job. Yeah. So, yeah.
Sweet. Well, so many little tangents back and forth here. Crimson, would you like to? I know how you love it. Would you like to go to like one of the bog standard questions we go with?
Awesome. I'll do my favorite bog standard question, actually.
Sweet.
Being a surprise rating or observational rating. I love that question. I'll
loves that
start
question.
first. Give you guys time.
Mhm.
This one's more of an observational one, which is different for me. Writer, how'd you like the season? You got a 9 and a 9.5, which is pretty high for anybody that isn't doing their own pick. Usually the higher numbers are for personal picks, but those were for other people's.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I quite enjoyed the season. As I said, much to my detriment, I went to watch Clone High season 2 because I liked season 1 so much. And yeah, same with Lost Translation. I don't know if they hit my niches this time around. I got a slow burn romance that was not fully romance, and then I got a bunch of history stuff as
Yeah.
jokes. That was my niches.
somehow I tapped into writer's psyche with two of my one of my picks and a group pick that I kind of championed. So that was fine for me. I'm into it.
Yeah, I quite enjoy them, and
I guess to go a little off of that, writer, have you seen Death at a Funeral?
I did.
what was that tone?
Well,
I
I think
did.
that
watched it
tone
with
means
me.
what are your ratings?
Yeah. Fuck. Hold on. I didn't write my ratings down, but
Oh
I
boy.
remember what your
think
subjective was, but I don't remember what
yeah.
your objective was.
I don't remember what my subjective was. So what was my subjective? I think it
It-
was
it-
Well, for
It was
context,
a 3.
after we covered it on the pod, Crimson had a personal
Watch
little
together.
watch together with writer. Thank you.
Yeah, because that was the
Uh,
only way writer said he would watch the movie.
like I said, I wasn't gonna schedule time for it unless
Wasn't
I
on the
wanted to book
agenda.
time with it. Yeah.
Uh, it was a 3 the entire movie, and then bumped to a 3.5 after the final eulogy.
Yes. I'm probably settled on a 4. But I don't upon reflection, I don't think I hated it as much as I was feeling like I hated it.
Yeah, I
Um,
think it's got one solid, really good joke in there, which kind of makes it, I think, pretty watchable.
Well, writer, if you're at a 4, you beat me by 0.5.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, like I said, it would make sense because I was not enjoying myself for most of the movie. I enjoyed my company with Crimson. Thank you. But no, I think I laughed once, maybe
That's
twice.
You laughed once every half hour. You had 3 laughs in there.
Oh, you're right. That's why I got 3 points. Now
Yeah.
I remember. But yeah, no, yeah, 3.5 4 range would probably be my subjective. My objective, um, I think I was at a 7 or a 7.5.
That's
There
what I was
was,
thinking.
yeah,
Those two.
that sounds right to me. There wasn't. If I remember, I'm trying to remember what to kind of quantify that a little bit. I don't think there was a lot wrong with the story necessarily. I had a lot of issues with the fucking drug plot that was kind of
There
strung along.
wasn't a lot wrong with the story, but there wasn't a lot right either.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, with the character work specifically, I don't think I had
Yeah.
much issue. I don't think none of the characters broke anything. I think they made choices that were within their character for most of the film. The plot and the world building is really hampered by the drug through line with
Yeah, the Valium.
the Valium. That really kind of started
Valium.
pulling down the rest of the plot. Peter Dinklage's character, I would probably be the only one that I'm having issues with because he kind of 180s. He partly wants to blackmail them and later doesn't. It's just kind of flip flopped for me with his character specifically. But like I said, for the rest, I think they're fine.
I'm curious how you
Yeah.
feel about Ryan being the writer the film?
He was fine. He just shrugged.
Did you? What?
He did
My
his job as a
father
character.
was an exceptional man.
Yeah, he did his job as a character. I don't really have
Yeah.
much to add to that other than because they don't really talk about the writing process all that much. Other than it's just kind of implied that one's been reworking the same thing forever and ever, and the other one just kind of writes and publishes it. But most of that stuff would be meta interpretation, which wouldn't really factor into my objective. So
I think my one thing that I gave it credit for, because I rarely see this in a movie, or I rarely see it in kind of where something's being like a Chekhov's gun kind of thing of like, okay, this guy writes, his brother's a more famous writer. Obviously, the brother who isn't published is going to be better. But I kind of like that they sort of hint at, I mean, they don't out and out say it, but that actually he's not a very good writer in the movie.
they do. They
Regardless
have
of whether yeah.
yeah, they have a conversation, and they have that conversation towards the end. That was one of the things I did quite enjoy,
Yeah.
where they talked about the differences in their craft, but it's very short and small, so it was more just
Yeah.
a quick thing.
Oh, Crimson, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
On your subjective, for a film, what does a 6 mean to you?
So 6, and it can kind of blend between 5 through 6. So kind of be in that range.
A little leeway,
Is a movie I'm fine watching again, but not necessarily have to go out of my way to watch it. It's usually how I quantify it. So if someone has it on in the living room, they're like, "Hey, you want to watch this?" I'm like, "Sure, why not?" It's not something I'll say no to. It's not something. If I had it on the DVD shelf, I wouldn't grab it. I'd probably watch something else first. So it's a fine movie that I'm fine
It's a
watching again.
fine movie.
Okay,
It's acceptable. It doesn't leave a large mark on me.
is that
to
what you
need to
felt
see it
about
again.
practically the entirety of the season?
Ooh.
Calling me
I'm
out.
just saying, looking at your subjectives.
Yeah.
Excluding Lost in Translation, which was a 4 of your lowest, and Wonderful Life
Yes.
at an 8, which is your highest, you had 5.5 through 6.5 of everything
Yeah.
else.
You know, I feel like that's pretty standard for Crimson. Crimson really doesn't subjectively go higher. It's rare if he goes higher than a 7. And it
That's
is.
true.
I feel like it is pretty rare that he goes lower than a 4 to a 5.
Well, National Treasure
Yeah.
got a 10.
So you get a 10.
It's
They did get a 10.
one of my favorite movies of all time. But yes, I would agree with your assessment of the season being average, acceptable. Nothing leaving a mark as I need to watch it again. Only one that I would avoid would be Lost in Translation being a 4. That one I
And
probably won't watch again.
Okay, next
don't
time
worry,
you come
when,
over,
when
I'm
I
gonna have
rewatch
Lost
it,
in
don't
Translation.
don't worry. Whenever I rewatch it, I will not make you watch it with me.
No, I'm
I
just
mean,
gonna have
I can watch most things with friends.
I'm gonna have a monitor set up at my place that just plays Lost in Translation every single time.
Passively every time.
Yeah.
It's gonna be censored, so it's like every time he steps in through your door, it just continues from where he left off.
Yeah.
Well, every time I walk in, it's just at the Orange Lounge or whatever.
Yeah, it's just that
Make me
Hey, you
uncomfortable.
remembered.
Yeah. Left a mark.
scarred him. Yeah.
When I got called out on what orange is. Yeah, so I agree with your assessment of my assessment of the season.
Now, my assessment of Crimson's assessment of the assessment that Sprinks had was that Crimson really wasn't feeling these picks, and my assessment on that
Not even his
assessment
own.
Not even
he
my
felt
own. Yeah.
even his own was just okay.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I understood the
I don't know if I ever said it on recording or if it was outside of it, but I did pick Death at a Funeral specifically for Sprinks' thoughts.
I
I think you might
brought
have
it up.
said that. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I wasn't
if
sure
not,
if it was in
you
video
just
or
did.
not. It is now,
You just did.
Yes, and you got my thoughts.
and I did.
Peter
And I will.
Dinklage is the best character.
I looked back at that shaky cam that Sprinks brought up during the recording, and that I couldn't verify. True, that was a really weird shaky camera moment in Death at a Funeral. I don't
Oh,
really know what that
when the
was.
mom's walking down the aisle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will confirm there was something wrong there, and I don't know why.
I need to watch it like frame by frame. I saw it, but I can't really tell how drastic it is in comparison.
It's just weird.
Did you watch the Dog Soldiers one as well, Crimson?
Oh, when the cameraman falls in a hole?
No, I did not see that one actually.
Okay, just curious.
Writer's prize rating.
Sinister. Yeah, Sinister. Did you?
Yes.
I was actually. I don't have a surprise rating because actually everything
Oh.
fell in line for me.
Observation.
Yeah, everything fell in line for me. But Sinister. Did you want to have any rating for Flight of the Navigator?
I was trying to get that in because I kind of Crimson told me that I probably should because I had watched it in the year before, so I was trying to freshen myself up. I'm feeling this would be subject to change. This isn't definitive. I didn't watch it enough of it in advance to say this definitively. But I have fond memories of it, and I did enjoy. For my memory of it, I remember enjoying it. So I think I'm safe at about a. I think I'm safe at a 7. It could be a 6, but I think I'm safe at a 7.
Okay, so on
Fair
par
enough.
with Dog Soldiers and Death at a Funeral?
Yeah, I think it's around there.
Okay.
Could be lower, could be higher, but I'm fine at a 7. I think that seems about right.
Well, has it been? Would you say over a decade since you've seen it?
No, I saw it like a year or two ago.
Oh,
But like I said, I did. Yeah, but it's still fresh enough where I remember what happens in the movie.
It's
I
not
just
enough
didn't.
to remember like critically.
Yeah, I
everything
can't.
about it.
So
Yeah.
take it with a big fat grain of salt with my 7 in it because it might shift if I ever sit down and actually definitively watch it. But
I think I have one rating change to make as well.
oh boy.
Yeah.
Get out the 2 keys. We gotta put in the editing.
I think I'm dropping Flight of the Navigator a point. I think.
Objectively or subjectively?
Objectively, I was dropping it a point.
Ooh.
I think
To a 6?
Yeah, I didn't rewatch it, but I've been overlooking my notes for it. I think I had a lot more world building issues that I didn't get out during the podcast itself that I think affect the characters a lot. And I think that might drop unfortunately because that part of the world building specifically tied to the characters, it dragged some of the character stuff down for me, which is why it's dropping down a full point rather than like half a point, because usually world building is worth a little bit less than characters on my scale. So yeah, I think I'm dropping that a full point.
Okay. Still kind of fits in the reign of Crimson with a 5, myself with a 6.5, and Hummer, our guest for that episode, of a 7.
I will say I forgot we had a guest this season. I was very confused by the I was like, what does that mean, Hummer? Did we have a Hummer advertisement?
Well, you
or
weren't
something
present
in there?
for that episode. So.
Yeah.
I know I wasn't. That's why I was like I was confused, and then I realized, oh yeah, it was the guest. That's right. Forgot.
Did we get through everybody on that question?
No, I think did not. I don't know if I don't think I had a surprise rating that I found from anybody else. I mean, if I did have a surprise, I was surprised that Ryder liked Clone High and Lost in Translation so much, especially Lost in Translation, that it inspired him to write something, which is the highest compliment I've ever gotten.
Plot something. I can't.
Yeah, plot something.
I
already
have like 5 projects that I'm working on concurrently. Yeah. I don't want to add another one.
Yeah, plot something plot wise. It's rather than write something plot wise, not a whole
Left
new
a
book
mark.
or left a mark.
It did. It did leave a mark. I'm
so that fine way for me to go out this season. That's all I needed.
I enjoy writing angsty romance, so hit my niche, and I'm like, I can do something with this idea. That's pretty much what I did.
This is,
Went to Shadow the Hedgehog there for a second.
I was going more for Villager from Minecraft, but
More in the nasal passage. We're up there.
Mm.
I don't think I had anything that really surprised me as a specific individual rating, but just the overall looking at the season of Crimson, as I brought up, just kind of all being in that same vein of subjective.
Yeah.
But man, if you bust out a Nathan Fillion movie, oh, you're gonna see that rise really, really high.
Oh, covered the Uncharted live action, and
That's a
I don't think
movie,
that was
though.
that. I don't think it was that.
No, I think I
high.
gave that a 7. I think I gave that a 7.
Because it was too short. He wanted it to be a full length thing. That was.
Oh.
That
we
was
all
the
wanted
thing
it to
that
be a full
short
length thing.
was that it had to be within 15 minutes. I think that was its largest issue. Because they had to rush things because of that.
Yeah.
I think the safest, like closest thing we had, looking at all the ratings, was Dog Soldiers.
Yeah, we all like Dog Soldiers.
That was all roughly like the same ballpark number.
Because I think we could see the intent and the point of it. I think it probably would have been a bit more of a 7 to an 8 if they didn't have that lady in there. I think that's like the weakest link in the whole movie.
Oh, the zoologist?
Yeah, the cryptozoologist.
Stuff with her needs to tighten up, and I think they need to individualize the soldiers a bit more.
I think it says something about the character when I know she's a zoologist, but I can't remember her name.
Yeah, that's
you remember the trait, not the name.
Yeah,
that's usually the sign of a poorly written
character.
She had a
2 or 3.
really cool acting dog. Again, that scene of the dog's eyes, most surprised dog I've ever seen in a film.
Wasn't the dog's name Sam or something?
Listen, listen. There are 2 dogs that are really great actors. There's the dog that was Jim Carrey's co-star in Grinch,
Max.
and there's this dog. Yeah. I think those 2 are probably the best dogs.
I'll throw in a third one. The dog from The Thing. The husky.
I haven't seen that
one. The one that's in the cave.
You haven't seen The Thing? Oh my god!
Why does it surprise you?
That one is surprising, actually.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Like one you would have seen.
Nothing. I don't think will surprise me as big as what I heard about writer's history with Dr. Seuss. I think
that is
what I heard out of that. I don't know if anything's gonna surprise me of what he has and has not seen.
Okay, so Halloween, we're probably gonna. The Thing is in the running now. All right, sorry.
John Carpenter's.
John Carpenter's The Thing, not the Howard Hawks one, not the 2011 one.
Yes, this will be a All Quiet on Western Front situation, the middle one.
The middle one, yeah, the one that. And there's also a video game, but I think that's the prequel version. So, whatever.
And not the Fantastic Four character.
No,
I assume
not Ben Grimm.
Yeah, not
who
Ben.
May or may not have a rock, thing.
But again, casting Michael Chiklis.
A rock pillar.
That was good casting.
That was inspired. Yeah, that was the only inspired casting in the whole movie. I guess Chris Evans as Johnny Storm.
Why not?
I like a Morris Cap.
I mean, he's better as Cap, but I think he fit at the time. I think he fit. Yeah. I do all my own stunts.
I have my own skate company.
I like
Porthos from Star Trek Enterprise, also a good dog.
If we want to talk about Chris Evans, it'll have to go before we go. So.
Then here I go.
It's too early, no.
No,
we haven't covered any of our segments yet.
Stays on the couch, screams.
No,
anyway.
they reference Captain America and Doctor Strange, I'm sure, so we're fine. We can.
Yeah, they're like, "Wow, you're a woman." She's like, "Yes, I am." What happened in the other one?
Oh yeah, Captain Carter.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't cover it in season 12 recap, so I guess we can bring it up now. Sorry, it's a little late, but we did go through a whole year, 2023.
We did. Made it.
The podcast.
It lived referenced in Wonderful Life at the end.
So we have a bit of a filmography of the year, and from Secret Garden to It's a Wonderful Life, I was curious what everyone's favorite film we covered that year was.
I can go first.
Are we counting like special?
Well, we'll
special
do
as separate, or?
We'll do 2 questions here. A, your favorite film we covered, and B, your favorite recording of an episode we covered. So they could be two separate answers. This is excluding TV shows, and this is excluding the shorts season.
Damn, Boy and His Adam was really gonna be my.
Ah, shucks.
You got skewered. Sorry, Crimson.
Darn it.
My favorite film was probably Shawshank Redemption because I went in that pretty blind. That was my favorite surprise film. I'm picking something new.
Damn.
Why are you surprised?
You took my answer.
Yeah,
It
I'm
can still be your
surprised.
answer.
I know.
I'm
I just
still
don't
so
want the record.
so yeah. Like I said, I had already seen 12 Angry Men, so I'm picking something that I watched newly for the podcast. I picked Shawshank Redemption. In terms of favorite recording for the podcast, though, I think I might go. Never mind. That's not on here because that's a show.
Damn.
Yeah, rip.
Yeah, sorry, you can't choose the Willow Show.
I was thinking the same.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Not available anymore.
That was probably my favorite pick for recording.
You could do the Willow
but
movie.
It's an honorable mention.
It's an honorable mention. But I guess within the movies, I think I might go Blade Runner 2049.
That's a good one.
Deep cut there.
Of course, the one I wasn't in. Thank you. I understand.
And it should have been there.
Oh, if you had, it would have been like 5-6 hours long.
All right, fine. I picked Left Behind.
No. He gave his answer.
He gave his answer.
All right. For me, pretty easy. Would be National Treasure because I gave it a 10. But for podcast, I would say 5 Feet Apart. I think we had a lot of good discussions on their relationships, about how she won 80s. Really crazy. We had long, fun talks in that one.
I think that was the first time. I think that was also the only time you and I were ever in agreement over a romance.
Hey, there's still a lot of romance movies out there. Okay.
Well, I like that we also agreed at the ending getting ruined by the pond or the creek thing, but Sprinks found it still good, so we had some good back and forth with that. It was a long one of just constant talking points. I like that one.
All right, Sinister.
There was a lot. I kind of like a 3-way tie, but just to keep the difference, it was for favorite movie that we've watched this year would be either 3-way tie between Casablanca, 12 Angry Men, or Everything and Everywhere All at Once. But I think I'm gonna go with Everywhere All at Once. Yeah, because that was just a really fun movie, and it was kind of highbrow, and and
the podcast was also fun.
and the podcast was also fun. That was a good one. Go check it out. Probably my favorite
Korean.
Yeah,
I forgot what my opening
Korean
was.
You did. Yeah, you did a good job.
Mandarin.
Mandarin. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, Mandarin. Favorite recording though, that is a tough one. We've done a couple. I know I'm gonna get like, come on. I'm gonna say Velma because we all hated it, and
honorable mention.
that made it. Yeah, that made it
yeah,
fun.
Our collective hatred for that one made it fun.
Yeah, that is a show though, so it's honorable mention. But probably my secondary would probably be Pinocchio.
Good.
I think we had a lot of good discussions in that one.
Yeah, the whole camp bit was a good talk.
Pinocchio.
It's a good answer.
Yeah.
Sinister, I'm slightly surprised you didn't say The Evil Dead.
If we ever do the second one, that'll be my favorite. Yeah. First one's not my favorite.
I guess I'll go. Truthfully, I think Shawshank is my favorite movie out of all that we covered. But being that Red already took it, I'll go with my second. I'm gonna go with Before We Go. I really enjoy that movie a lot. My favorite podcast episode, I think I'm gonna go with 12 Angry Men. Because not just the coverage of it, but I really like discussion. I mean, there's a lot of like good little chunks of a podcast I really enjoy. And 12 Angry Men, when we finished, we talked about if we auditioned for jurors, who we'd audition for and who we would get in return of like cast as. And I really like that conversation we had. A follow up, I guess, as an honorable would be Crimson's discussion that Glinda, the quote unquote good witch, is the bad guy.
Yeah.
In Wizard of Oz.
Yeah,
Glinda and the
definitely
Tin
the
Man.
highlight of the podcast. That one. It's just it didn't get mentioned. Actual honorable mention. I'm gonna do Shaun of the Dead. I actually quite enjoyed our podcast for that one.
That was also my mind. Yeah.
Yeah, Edgar Wright. We've talked about Edgar Wright on doing Edgar Wright on this podcast because we all love Edgar Wright's work, but we all agree that it'd be very difficult to do any of his movies. And I think
Well, Crimson always says he's scared to choose one.
Yeah, exactly. But I think Shaun of the Dead, we struck a good balance between trying to cover everything Edgar Wright normally does, while also just trying to keep it going on the story.
I agree with Crimson, and I don't think we can ever really cover fully not that we'll never cover it, but fully cover Scott Pilgrim. I think that one's just too much in that one.
Beast.
Yeah, that would be
frame is important.
I want to say that would be a 3-parter at least for our podcast.
We'd split it up into 3 acts: the first act, the second act, and the third act.
I do agree. Scott Pilgrim would be a lengthy one. I think Baby Driver might be a little longer. I think Baby Driver has more
I haven't seen.
to it.
Maybe. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I kind of remember not being having that much to it. Yeah.
What I can remember about Baby Driver, so it's the more to it aspect would be in the background, but it's a lot more subtle. But it's not as like artistically verbose, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Whereas Scott Pilgrim, it's very much.
Scott Pilgrim is comic book to screen.
That is like everything that Edgar Wright does is pretty much in Scott Pilgrim. I think that's like that's the defining point of like his style is Scott Pilgrim.
In case anyone's curious, Scott Pilgrim the film, not
the show. Not Scott Pilgrim Takes Off, which is that's gonna probably be even harder.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a 5-part.
That's gonna be even harder. I think if we were to do another Edgar Wright film, I think the longest would probably be Scott Pilgrim and Hot Fuzz, and then I'd probably put Baby Driver below that.
I think the shortest would be at World's End.
Yeah, and then One Night in Soho is that
Last Night in Soho? Yeah,
Last Night in Soho. I haven't seen that yet. I talked to Crimson several times, and I've told them there's a lot of people who now defend World's End.
That's true. There's a lot of people who think that's the best in the Cornetto trilogy,
which is mind-boggling to me.
I think it's the weakest of the Cornetto trilogy. I still think it's good though.
It's okay.
I think if you have it in isolation from, if you like count, if it wasn't in there, I think it's still a serviceable good film. But yeah, I don't. In the Cornetto trilogy, it's probably the weakest.
But if I had to rate it, I'd give it a number.
You know what?
Nice.
Leave it at that.
Good job.
Following this podcast question of coverage of films of 2023, little harder question maybe. What was your favorite film that came out in 2023 that you saw?
I'll go first.
Movies.
Why don't you go fish?
Fish.
Fish.
I'm probably my favorite movie is probably between. I can't. Yeah.
Because I thought this over, and Ryder, I think I had a good answer for you.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Godzilla -1.
Oh, okay. You saw that?
I did. It's pretty high up there for me. It's either that or Suzumi.
Okay, neither one of those were what I thought. So cool.
Yeah. What was the one you were thinking?
I thought you were gonna say Across the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, that would be my pick for number 3. The reason that it's lower is because it's not finished. It's half the story, if that makes sense.
That's
like it's
yes, the whole to be
how I
continued
des-
at the end.
yeah, and how I describe it is it's like it has the same issues that I did with the first Dune movie. It doesn't have the 3-act structure in the film itself. It cuts off halfway through the story. In the same way that I don't ever have that issue with Fellowship of the Ring. You still have your typical 3-act structure, and you still have an ending, even though it's a part of a larger story. Across the Spider-Verse, you don't really get an ending.
Yeah.
All right,
I
Crimson.
haven't seen it yet. So for me, I've only seen 3 movies that came out in 2023. So pretty easy to choose between them. One being Dungeons and Dragons and Shin Kamen Rider and the Ruby versus Justice League. Those are the 3 things I've seen in 2023.
Oh
Wow,
God!
what a bevy of choices there.
Can I just hedge a guess?
Sure. What are you guessing?
It'd be Ruby and Justice League.
You're right. I did rate them the same on my letterbox. If anyone ever looks at
All
my
3 of
Letterboxd.
those are the same rating?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay.
I guess I didn't clarify that. Dungeons and Dragons and Ruby, I had at 3 stars, but I would rather watch the Ruby one over. Mostly because of bias, not actually quality of the film. But
Yeah. I mean, you and I
I'll
had
leave
fun
it
laughing
there.
at that film together.
Yeah,
We enjoyed
part
ourselves.
2's out. You and I need to watch that.
Yeah, we do. We need to watch volume 10. Are we on volume 10?
9. We haven't.
Or on
we
volume
haven't
9?
All right, Crimson. Or Crimson, you just went. Sinister.
I did.
Yeah.
I can repeat it.
Nope.
Can you do it verbatim? Can you do it exactly?
I can do it in a deep voice.
Can you do it in a silly voice?
I love Ruby.
Thank you. You did it.
Isolate audio.
Isolate audio,
Isolate
please.
audio. Take it out.
I love Ruby Rose from Batwoman.
Isolate
All
audio.
right. Yeah, isolate audio. Take out. Make it sound like he's saying something really bad. I didn't see that many movies that came. I didn't see like probably most of the big ones that came out. I still haven't yet to see Killers of the Flower Moon or Oppenheimer. So, this is subject to change. But well, this wouldn't necessarily be my favorite 2023 movie overall, but it would probably be the best one I saw in 2023 that came out there. It would probably be Barbie.
Okay.
I really surprised myself, and I really enjoyed it.
Keep going, Ryan Gosling fanboy. We all believe him.
Hey,
I'm just Ken won an award.
I'm Ken enough, okay? I'm Ken enough.
What was the awards that just happened? The Emmys?
Best song, wasn't it?
Yeah. Was it the Oscars? No, or Critics' Choice.
Golden Globes?
The Golden Globes. That's what it was. Golden
Globes. I also saw Barbie. Unfortunately, I didn't get the Barbenheimer experience, which is what you're supposed to do.
I know. I tried.
I also really tried.
Yeah,
but,
I got the bar. I didn't get the.
You get the bar.
Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Well, it's history. You wouldn't have liked it anyways.
Yeah,
it's Christopher Nolan. Who I don't know.
Yeah. It would be the one time he'd learn.
Yeah,
the 3-hour history movie.
So give some quick thoughts without really going in deeply into Barbie. At least for me, I very much enjoyed the first half of the movie more so than I did the second half.
It definitely has a lackluster final kind of act.
Yeah, it's very strange because there's no I'm not gonna really beat around the bush with this one. There's a lot of political messaging in it and identity politics in it. I think the ultimate delivery of that is botched, unfortunately, because I think they had a strong setup for it, but I think the final delivery of it was botched.
Yeah, I can appreciate some of the messaging because I think they did try to deliver it with some humor.
Yeah, so with a wink and a nod kind of thing.
Wink and a nod kind of thing, which I appreciated because I do think sometimes that those messages kind of can only come across really well in those situations. If you're deadpan serious, they usually kind of loses some of it. But so I was happy that they tried to get it in there and that it didn't feel very messagey, I guess, overall. but I did feel like they kind of lost steam in that last half and just or last quarter, and couldn't really keep that energy going for the whole thing. Obviously, there's going to be a level where it's kind of like you got to put down the kid gloves and be serious, and but I just don't feel like they set up for that quite right. But I mean, you got Ryan Gosling doing a big dance number, singing a song about the male counterpart to Barbie. So I mean, what are you walking in there for, really? I mean, honestly, what are you walking in there for?
I went in there for Ryan Gosling. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I went in for Ryan Gosling and a spray tan. Okay, my critic glasses were off. All right, my critic glasses were off, and I had my muscle glasses on. All right, that's all I cared about.
And it's still your favorite movie that you saw.
Yeah, it was nice. Yeah. Well, I saw a lot of movies in 2023, but as far as movies that came out, yeah, movie that came out in 2023, that was probably my favorite. But I did put in a caveat of that. I didn't see the two big ones that I really wanted to go see that came out. But yeah, so as far as that, Barbie's up there.
Funny enough, this conversation reminded me that I actually have time to watch Oppenheimer today, which I'm going to get to because I need to get that off my list. All right, sorry, this is Spriggs.
Yes. Well, I saw 12 movies of 2023. Bottom of my list is Shin Kamen Rider. Just letting you know that.
But that first 10-15 minutes is so awesome.
No. 6 of my 12, I gave them all about the same rating. So I think I will finalize of saying my favorite was Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
Oh yeah, that came out this year.
Well, last year.
Yeah, last year,
2023.
My runner-up will be Nimona.
Ooh, interesting.
I had a feeling you'd pick that because I saw your list.
Really yes.
I've never even heard of Nimona. I forgot about Guardians of the Galaxy 3, which I
Netflix.
guess explains how I feel about it.
It's the Netflix original animated movie with the shapeshifter. Yeah.
I really like Nimona.
It's based
Guardians
on
was good. I really like Barbie.
Novel?
I don't know if it was based.
It's a book though. It's some yeah.
I like Dungeons and Dragons. I like Across the Spider-Verse, and I had Five Nights, The Flash, and Elemental. They were all okay. And above all, not a lot of people would say this. I also really like Dial of Destiny.
Yeah, that is kind of a. You are a minority.
Yeah, you're an outlier for that one.
Oh yeah, I know.
But good on you.
I forgot about that film too, and that guess tells you how I feel about that film.
Oh yeah, and then
you forgot. So would it be on your top then?
Absolutely not.
And then also Quantum Mania. I saw that as well.
But he's not.
That one was rated highly.
No, actually, Quantum Mania is. Looking at my list here, I saw No Hard Feelings with Jennifer Lawrence. I like that more than Quantum Mania.
Did it give you hard feelings?
No Hard Feelings was not a good film.
Oh man, even Marvel's losing you. That's really sad.
But Guardians was the best.
I agree.
Yeah, but it was made by a guy that they fired, so
yeah, I agree. Guardians has been the best movie that they've made in a while, and it still doesn't even reach the level of okay, which sucks. But
I would also like to say this is coming from a guy who says Shang-Chi is like the best Marvel film that's come out. And
who's saying that? Me?
Who?
Or Ryder?
No. Ryder says Shang-Chi is pretty good, and I think the rest of us all agree.
I said in comparison to Black Widow, it's pretty good.
Okay, there we go. That's the clarifier.
Good. Phew, scared me. I'm like,
don't
you dare put those words in my mouth.
Not. Listen. I see the grave that you dug. I'm not jumping in it. Okay.
No. That's fair. I didn't want you to go in there, but if you needed to go in there, it was going to happen.
I still don't know if I like Shang-Chi more than Eternals.
I love the fight scenes. It's the best fight scenes I've ever seen in a Marvel movie.
Shang-Chi?
Yeah, Shang-Chi is like some of the best.
I think the first third of that movie is actually pretty okay.
And that's when I cover that.
I just remember me, Crimson, and Springs watched it together on Disney Plus because we didn't go to see it in the theaters. And I think about halfway through, we just went, "What's going on? Why are we here? What is happening? Why is he talking to this person? What's that? Yeah,
Why is the forest alive? Why are there 2 necklaces required to make a water maze? I don't understand.
Hey, there's Ben Kingsley.
That's true.
For
Ben
some reason.
Yeah, thank
Ben
you for
Kingsley-
referencing one of my least favorite Marvel movies. I
'Cause it's
really
not the
appreciated
Mandarin.
the continuity.
he should have been the
And we
Mandarin.
get the stupid
It's Trevor.
feather thing.
I just feel bad that Tony Leung, it's like his first like big American production, and it had to be Shang-Chi. That's all I'm saying.
So,
Yeah.
I think talking about it
I-
more, I think I like it more than Eternals. There's so much of Eternals I can't remember.
They're both weak in different ways, but I think they're both equally weak.
I think Eternals for me is this is Marvel stuff.
Oh boy.
It's fine.
Eternals for me, I think it was just too much to start. It's like starting your
It's-
MCU with Avengers. It's
it's
a
like
lot.
the
It's like starting your DCEU with Batman vs Superman, right?
Oh,
No, I
it's
was
like-
gonna say with Justice League. It's all
See,
these characters you're not really familiar with.
It
why
is
is
Yeah.
Wonder Woman in Batman vs.
It's
I
the
have no
premium
idea.
Why is
example
there
of
Ninja
like
Turtles?
you go from like the Renaissance period right into Rococo. Like it's so gaudy and just so rich, and it just doesn't work because it's so.
I think
There's a few phases in between Renaissance, I know, but I'm just saying that's the example, right? Of like going from like Renaissance to Rococo. Like there's no in between.
Yeah.
There's just a lot.
There's
Anyway,
a lot. That's enough Marvel talk for
yes,
this one.
That's so much. We've talked about a lot of things I did not think we'd talk about in this recap.
How do people feel about Critics on Critics?
Dude,
Um,
it's a fan favorite, and by fan favorite I mean I'm a fan.
I'm a fan.
Whoa,
I'm
You're a
fan
fan?
enough. Let's
you're
go.
a super fan.
I will say Crimson did explain to me how he picks them, and it kind of ruined it for me a little bit because I always assumed that there was a different.
Well, that was the broad strokes. I do.
Yeah, that was like
Crimson
But no,
spoiled
it's
the
like-
magic.
he did. I was like, he pulled the Willy Wonka on me. I was imagining it was all going to be Oompa Loompas and stuff, and no, it's just like a dingy factory with like laundry hanging around and stuff.
Crimson.
Like I didn't tell him everything, so I'm sorry.
Rip the magic.
I guess I did. All right, Critics on Critics. What do we want to start with? Because I have stuff from everything as usual.
Pick one. Right in the middle.
Right in the middle. All right, we will do Death at a Funeral then, because that's in the middle.
Oh, classic Crimson. Classic. He doesn't know where it is.
I got
Alright.
it. There it is. I got it. All right, Death at a Funeral on LetterBox by Hate. Half star.
Okay.
So 1 out of 10. Why does my film teacher make me watch this? It is horrible.
Okay.
0 out of 10. I'm hating every minute of this movie, and I'm only 45 minutes into it. Do not watch this.
Now,
His film teacher made him
What
watch it?
was the lesson
That-
being taught?
That
What
is
the
why I picked this
fuck?
comment. What film teachers picking this
There
movie?
were many films to pick from to teach the art form of film. Why on earth
Now-
in the fucking hell would you pick this?
now here's the thing. Here's if I'm leaning towards like there was an actual academic reasoning for this, which we don't have any insider knowledge, so big fat grain of salt. This is a positive way of looking at it. Maybe the subject was on translating like a film to like an American audience or something. So they
Oh, a
watched
reboot?
the British one and this one perhaps, or they watched this one specifically and highlighted the first one somehow beforehand.
That's a very kind and polite reading of it.
Yes, I'm sure that's not the case. That's what I would imagine. That's if I was a film teacher, how I would represent it. But I don't think that's what happened. I think it was a guy who probably shouldn't be teaching film.
God. I'm trying to imagine my film teacher. Actually, we all had the same film teacher. I'm trying to imagine
Pretty much,
our
yeah.
film teacher teach this to us in class. This is what he decided to show. What the fuck would he teach us about it with it?
Oh no. It's not how
Oh,
to make a
no.
comedy.
I think comedy is what the lesson has to be trying to be presented here.
How to write for Peter Dinklage.
It could be like how to set up jokes for a comedy, because I think that's something they did well in the movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of if you're gonna do basic, like I didn't personally like the comedy of the film, but I can see a lot of the basic tools and structure for it.
Could be also
That
different
might
forms
be
of
the
comedy.
angle to go with.
You know, you got crude, you got crass, you got
Physical.
physical, you got pratfalls, you got
That's a good one.
Yeah, you got a fair view, I guess. It's still you
Then
can do
again,
better.
There's better
not
options out there.
why.
Well, why the fuck
It
would
was-
you pick this one still for
Also,
that?
He
this is a
only-
single. I'm curious. A lot of film classes when teaching, they usually pair or put two together. I'm curious what this was paired with. It was Death at a
Well,
Funeral.
he only
what
had-
for
He only had
What lesson?
2 movies on his shelf. One of them was Citizen Kane, and one of them was
Death at a Funeral.
Oh my
Death at a
God.
Funeral.
You know, I should go into teaching film. I'm a
Yeah.
connoisseur.
I
You
was
know,
kinda
Film
sure.
honestly,
teacher can
I-
put this and still keep their job. I think anyone. You're good.
Honestly, legit though, like a little off topic. I think any of us could teach a film class.
Oh,
I think all of us could do a good job at that.
I would be a terrible teacher.
I could be a substitute that doesn't do anything.
You could be a TA.
Do your assigned readings.
You know, maybe you guys would TA for me. I can do that.
I think
Yeah,
I don't mind
TA.
doing public speaking. So
The thing is,
I
I think
am-
I might appreciate being more of like a film as literature teacher than a film teacher.
Maybe.
yeah, I'm in the
Read
same
between the
vein,
lines, kids.
I could do in the same way that you do that. That's probably what I would want to do. But I'm saying I can do film teacher.
I am just terrible with kids of like any age. Younger kids
Okay,
annoy
then
me.
teach one at college.
I'd be annoyed with them. I'd be like, "What the fuck am I doing?"
Why do
You
you guys-
break
why don't
down
you
in the
guys
middle of a
hate-
lesson.
Why are you
I
guys
would
paying
be
to listen to me talk? I don't understand.
I would be like it would be like network or something. I would just have a meltdown. It would be I'm tired. I don't want to deal with this shit anymore or whatever. I'm sick of it.
You
Yeah.
grab that mop and you clean it.
Yeah, I would see. That's a positive version of it. That would be the positive reading of it. But I would be negative. It would just be I would have a breakdown or something. And
Yeah, imagine sitting in an entire class where everyone does like Jackson Pollock and you're the teacher.
no, those kids would see. I was like, I don't know if my kids like Jackson Pollock, but they have to listen to it. They have to watch it every day.
So much Jackson Pollock.
Assigned
Yeah.
watching.
Assign watching. It's fascinating. But anyways, no, I don't know. I'm just not. I don't know how to reach. I don't know how to reach kids. I've never been good at having a dialogue or whatever you would call it.
Crimson, one
As
more
someone
time.
who's had to-
Who is this coming from?
Hate. And that's
Kate
it.
or
No
hate?
numbers, anything. Just Kate. K-A-T-E.
Okay.
Kate. Kate. We don't know.
We don't know.
Like I can understand if you're watching this in a school setting, trying to get a lesson from it. Yeah, I can understand your rating.
I wish they said if it was high school or university. I
Yeah.
think that would give a lot more
Or
insight,
elementary.
too. Well,
I don't
there's no
know.
film classes in elementary.
Not yet. It could be the first.
All right, next one coming from Clone High on IMDb from Bimmer Beast.
Where do they
10
get
out of
these
10.
names?
I know. 10 out of 10 with the title Awesome. If you're a critic in quotations and don't
Oh,
like
boy.
this and don't like the show, I'd What's Wrong with You, hilarious. Mr. Butlertron straight holds it down with the help of Abe. And I read that
I really-
properly.
I guess like he's saying I don't know or something. I don't know.
I'm gonna
Bimmer
transfer this to
Beast,
Spring. 'Cause
you
Spring's-
tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's wrong with you? The butler's hilarious. That was his whole
Okay.
conversation.
I guess I'll answer for Spring, so we can go a little deeper. But legit, if you don't understand history, you're gonna be missing a lot of the jokes.
True.
Yes.
99%, in fact.
That's what happened.
Yeah,
I-
that's
I don't
how you
okay.
don't. That's exactly how
I-
you don't enjoy Clone
Now
High.
I don't want to turn this into a discourse thing. It's just a quick little aside, and it's just for my own curiosity. It's not I'm trying to prove a point or anything. But we all went to school. We all went to the same school for a period of time, and then different schools later on, obviously. But you didn't get 99% of the history jokes. Like you all study history. I don't
Sinister, I
understand.
failed government.
What?
But
That's really funny.
you'd have to like
the straight
actively
answer that was.
yeah, you just have to actively like shove the information out of your brain somehow. That's the part that is
No,
confusing me.
Well, the weird thing is, I don't know if it's a history class, but it took economics. Is that in the same vein? Like
There's
social
some R&B
studies.
history in it.
There's
can
some
be, but it's more
crossover.
business.
Yeah, it's crossover because they would talk about like, well, in 1872 the stock market was
Oh.
invented or whatever. Yeah.
To kind of there are classes I shove information out of my brain from. I legitimately.
Well, I
do that.
know.
But then again,
I know.
I compartmentalize very well, and I just happen to love history, which is why I don't do it necessarily with history information. But I definitely do it with let's see, my health classes, my PE classes. I usually forget that information.
Interesting. Sprinks, there was a question from Clone High I wanted to ask you. This is the perfect time. You said 99% of the history jokes went over your head.
I'm sure that was a little bit of a gross
hyperbolic?
exaggeration.
I mean, it's estimated.
Yeah, was that? But you think it's close to that at least.
If you want a more accurate answer, let's go with 83.
Yeah. Okay. Somewhere in
That's
the
even-
80s. Mid 80s. All right.
Why not?
Because I didn't know if 99 was serious or exaggerated.
99 would be saying like I got a hint at one thing. Like
You
when
got
Abe's
one
like,
joke
I'm honest.
entire
I'm like,
show.
I get that. Like that's all I got. No, I got a
Yeah.
little more than that.
I can't remember.
Alright.
What was there was one that we specifically touched on a joke that you said you specifically didn't get, and I obviously we haven't, that unfortunately probably hasn't come out by the time we were recording this.
Funny
but-
enough, Sinister, I'm sorry. That's a history question you're asking me. I don't know.
Okay.
Of our own history.
I set
Not-
myself up for
not
that
sure.
one. I can't.
you
I can't,
did. You did set yourself up for that one.
And I do have another Clone High one. This
Well,
one.
you all love Clone
So
High.
we got a praise from someone.
Mhm.
Now we got some hate on this one.
Okay.
Also on IMDb from Hyper Ninja 15673.
All right, Hyper Ninja.
Just start changing
1
my
out of
regular
10.
name. Just say Bob. Just don't even.
1 out of 10 with the title God, this show sucked and still does. A friend of mine, knowing I love history, decided to show me the show. I hated it. The high school setting was not new. The premise sucked. Oh, look, Joan of Arc is emo. See how cool that is? Nope. The characters annoyed me as they seemed like the same ones you see in high school-based shows. But to make them based on historical figures was also stupid. Also, to everyone who was upset the show got canceled, well, India did not take too kindly to how they portrayed Gandhi. I can understand why. He is an icon and is revered there. So yeah, I hated this. And still hate it.
All right,
Now,
Hyper Ninja isn't a fan of parodies. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Very to the textbook
Now,
depictions.
I guess he's
No.
offended that they took liberties with historical figures. If I'm going to take his Joan of Arc comment and Gandhi comments into consideration.
but Sprinks, this is the perfect time to come clean as Hyper Ninja and say that you put.
Let me just Mission Impossible this mask off.
Yeah,
Hyper Ninja.
Hyper Ninja 123 or whatever it was.
They also said that the concept of historical figures in high school is just stupid.
I think that's just
feel
an
like
add-on
that
to
as
the
a
rage.
concept isn't stupid.
Yeah, in
I feel like
concept,
that's
no.
yeah.
it's
I
original.
don't know. Yeah,
It's new.
never
I've
heard of
often wondered if Abe Lincoln would be cool in high school or not.
As you know, my objective rating for Clone High was not low.
It's high. No.
It's up there. It was
I-
done. It was nice.
This is more of that. More of it was just like we wanted you to like it, and we were just curious if there was a specific thing that would have changed it. But like I said, and most of my thing was just curious. I wasn't trying to cause an argument of your rating, because your rating is accurate. But I was just trying to say that I was just curious how much of it was hyperbole and how much of it was like, specifically you didn't get. Yeah.
I do like how Hyper Ninja is like, my friend showed me this because I'm a history guy. And we
Yeah.
we have two, well, I mean, I guess all three of us other than Sprinks know history pretty well.
Yeah, I'm gonna go show this to my historian friend. I am. I'm gonna
Yeah.
show this to him, and I want to get his take on it. And if he doesn't like it, I'm gonna argue with him because I'm also somewhat of a historian.
That's what
Why
I'm
are you
saying.
such
I
a
think
a
Hyper
hyper
Ninja doesn't
ninja?
like parody.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
probably
do.
pretty good.
I think that's pretty fair thing to read. And you know what? I don't have any issues if you don't like parody. I really don't. So it's because it is a very it's a niche you have to get into. It's not for everybody, and sometimes it can be unspecific. We watched the Spider-Man parody a while ago on one of our off movie nights, and fuck, I don't remember what it was called.
Oh,
but
superhero
It's
movie?
pretty.
No.
is it called superhero
The
movie?
Drake Bell one?
Oh.
Maybe.
Oh,
yeah.
what we watched together?
What is he? The mosquito?
Yeah,
Or
that
what
was
is he?
superhero.
Yeah,
The
the
Dragonfly.
mosquito, the
Dragonfly?
beetle. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like we've seen parodies and stuff before, and it's not necessarily, sometimes they just do a parody of something that's just not your thing.
Well, they're just lazy with like it's just like, oh, here's this thing, and we switch like one or two things. I think this is actually, I think, as a parody, this is kind of a little bit more well researched and a little bit. I think a lot more heart is into it than
Also, is
most
this a parody?
I don't think it's a
Maybe
parody.
maybe I don't understand what
I
that
would
is.
I
Maybe
would
that
have
wasn't what
classified
it
it as a parody.
It's a no. I think no. You're correct. I think it's a satire because technically they're using historical figures, and they're
Satire.
because the thing they're parodying is like high school dramas, right? That's the thing they're parodying, like 90210 and Dawson's Creek
Saved
and
by
all
the
that
Bell.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's what they're parodying. But the nature of itself of being the presidents and thing is not a parody.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
But
not
the
making
core of the
fun of
show.
something that's already been made.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but I don't have a problem if you don't like parody. I have a problem if you don't like satire because I think satire is good.
I've got one for Flight of the Navigator on
Boy.
LetterBox by David Germer. I think I got that right.
He's
1 star.
It's ridiculous.
2 out of 10. Family viewing. I'd only remembered the premise of the first 15 minutes and the super creepy feeling it gave me as a kid, and wanted to share this with my kids. I'd forgotten how absurd and dumb the rest of this movie is in every way.
It's an
Fair enough, I guess.
80s family sci-fi film. They all kind of fit that.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't know what the
but-
super creepy feeling he got was.
What a
Oh, I
kid
guess
lost
like
in the
well,
woods.
You get it in the
yeah, like
forest.
the alien coming down. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I
I
mean, you
guess
don't see
definitely
the alien
definitely-
until like 40 minutes in. You don't see Max.
well, yeah, but
It's not even a creepy alien, though.
Yeah. The eerie feeling of, there is definitely a sense of eeriness from when he leaves to get his brother in the forest, falls down, time jumps, and he's in a house that he doesn't recognize. There is definitely a sense of eeriness that's there.
It's all
so
foggy, dark.
It does do
shows
very
the-
well for the first 20 minutes.
It shows
I will
that
say
really creepy shot of the water tower.
I find ET creepier than Flight of the Navigator
Easy.
though.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
that's not even a
Easily.
competition. Yeah.
No. Yeah. So. No.
God,
Yeah, that's a weird one.
I can't believe E.T. got overlooked for Oscars. I actually am very angry at the Academy for a lot of things, but
Somehow, hey, Citizen Kane didn't win the Oscars either, so
Years
there's
that
no
the
justice.
Academy wasted.
Yeah, he was like,
years of Academy training wasted. All right, next one.
And
Crimson.
My alien.
Lost in Translation. I have a high and a low rating. Do you guys want to hear both, or
Sure.
just one in particular? All right.
Don't tease us.
Opinions. This one was difficult. I read a lot of reviews for Lost in Translation, and they were very polarizing. They were overwhelmingly positive, but the ones that were low were very opposing of the masses. Predominantly pointing out the racist stuff that Sinister brought up as a talking point, whether or not it was racist and stuff. So I'll put that out there, because the lowest one I have here for Lost in Translation on LetterBox by Leaf _ half star, 1 out of 10. I'm so tired of people excusing Sofia Coppola's inept, empty, and pointless films with, well, that's the point. I don't know. Maybe these two races deserve each other, but I really don't need to see a 17-year-old ScarJo's butt in the opening scene and finding out she wasn't even told about the kiss with the middle-aged man was the icing on the cake. Unfortunately, I can't give it to 0 stars.
Well, this person's against what
I-
writers started us with.
Yeah,
I
that's
require
true.
elaboration.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
just. I
Inept,
don't.
empty, and pointless films.
Yeah,
Isn't the
I
movie
think
truly pointless though?
They just didn't get the point. It's not.
it's pointless, like Jackson Pollock's work is. But
All right, getting a little
okay,
heavy-handed here,
all
right?
right. I'm sorry. I'll stop. No, I mean, so there's a level of degree that when there is art that when good art is made, there is a level of degree that you are allowed to read into it and you are allowed to pull meaning out of it. That's kind of what good art's supposed to do. You're supposed to give something on the surface and then also give you something on a deeper level. For me, this just struck me as this person just didn't interact with it on the deeper level.
Yeah.
They do seem surface level in their critique of this.
Yeah. Which is usually that's when you know you've kind of lost an argument if you start going for obvious stuff. Like you set up those nukes. Well, you got bad skin. Like, okay, well you got me there. I do have bad skin.
I mean,
Argument
like,
one.
so, I mean, the different,
Uh,
I mean, a lot of the differences, I'm just trying to figure out best to phrase this, is that, like, a good story will give you a good film will give you a good story and give you everything good on plain face value. But a great film will also give you a lot of stuff for you to look at beneath
I
that. So there's stuff
I
for you to
also
read in, like, the dialogue and stuff like that.
I think
One of
there's
the
a no, you go. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
so
can.
yeah, obviously one of the shows that I brought up several times on the podcast, because I was really riding that high of that show's Andor. One of the things I like about the show is that yes, you have a very well told story on the surface, and that's what you get on your first time through. But there's scenes and dialogue that if you watch it again and again, you might just crack a new meaning at some point on like the 5th viewing or the 7th viewing, because that's how layered that story was for me to interpret. There's a lot of good that goes into that show. A new one for me recently has been I finally got around to watching HBO's Chernobyl, and that's also kind of reached this certain level for me of like I want to rewatch this because it's so well crafted and the
Oh,
story
it's
is
so
so well
good.
done that
It's
I
so
need
good.
to rewatch it so I can crack all the meanings that I might have missed on my first time through. Um, and that's kind of what Lost in Translation is for me. There is only it's more opaque, and what I mean by that is that it's not as easily discernible the front story being told. The front story being told is a kind of love story romance without being heavy into romance, but there's a lot more layers to it than that you pick up as you watch the movie. There's the loneliness aspect and what that does to people. There's the mental health aspect to it. There's a bunch of other things that are a part of the film that I think this person might have missed.
Yeah.
And that's not really me to I'm not as offended because,
Yeah.
this is one that I understand that people won't like. Case in point, one of my best friends, Crimson, doesn't like the movie. I'm perfectly fine with that because I think there is
Yeah.
a lot of that it just depends on
Oh,
what
yeah.
you're after and what you want from it sometimes.
I'm also in agreement with that. Like I Crimson does not like it, and I fully, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. This does not is not a movie that screams Crimson, and I know what his taste is generally, so not a huge problem. And there's a clip that's been going around on Twitter recently of I don't know what it's from, but they have a segment where they interview Guillermo del Toro, and he talks about specifically the understanding of a film and its importance. And I think he does touch on something. I'm going to butcher it, obviously, because I'm ad libbing it. So don't. These aren't Guillermo del Toro's words exactly, but I feel like it's a very limiting thing to have a film need to be understood, to be liked, or to be considered important or necessary or have a point. because I feel like understanding is a very academic way of looking at it, and I don't think all movies fit within that criteria. Obviously, some work really well in an academic setting of really good lighting, and there's no one size fits all for anything. Obviously,
Like Death at a Funeral, perfect
yeah,
for an academic setting.
yeah, no, just tying it back into that, I guess. But the other thing is, I think sometimes movies represent things that aren't so physical, like emotions or mental health or all these other objects that aren't material, but they exist, and you understand the feeling. Movies
Yeah.
make you feel a certain way. Movies that so the story might not be discernible, in like a rising action, falling action, in the same way as like other, a more kind of well structured movie or something. But you still get the feeling that that movie needs to communicate in some way, or a feeling that that movie communicates to you. And I think that's what's most important, is that the movie still communicates with you and you can follow it along and you understand what it means for you, but it maybe doesn't work in the same category of, the structure of a film in like the classic sense.
Yeah, there is a element of well, I mean, like there's a valid criticism in that it doesn't follow like tradition. Like in Lost in Translation, the front part of the story not being as strong as saying all the other secondary stories that are going on behind it. That is a valid criticism to point at it because it does, it can affect your perception
Yeah.
as an audience, or
Mhm.
it can affect the quality of a film. But there's also a level where that sometimes you do just have to put in more work to fully grasp what's being told. Like in the idea of that, you brought up mental health and feelings
Yeah.
that something can convey. Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I hope I said that right.
Yeah.
Eternal Sunshine.
Eternal
Eternal
Sunshine of
Sunshine.
the
Yeah.
Spotless Mind.
Sorry.
That's also a movie that I would qualify under that purview. I don't think the story at face value is the point of that film. There's a lot more going on with that.
Yeah. These are the classic YouTube videos of why a doomed romance matters or something. I'm sure the people have seen those come up on the recommended at some point, if they all like watch film criticism or something. Why those are important and why they matter, and you know,
Mhm.
I think they use like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind as like the cover of it, or maybe it's Lost in Translation or something. But because on face value, it's like, okay, well, they don't get together, so what's the point of the movie? Why do I care about this romance then? And it's like, well, it's not about if they get together or when they get together or that kind of thing. It's just about the journey that you go on, the dance between these characters of will they, won't they, don't they, that kind of thing. And you know,
The connection of
but
those two movies
the
is
connection.
fascinating to me.
I think they kind of are I mean, very different story structure, very different world,
They
world
have
situation.
very. Actually think they have the same base archetype characters, but they
Yeah,
take them in wildly different directions through very, very different means of a story.
yeah.
Crimson, who is this
Uh,
from again? This comment?
This was from Leaf _
Leaf underscore. What a discussion you've caused. Hopefully this answers. Actually, it wasn't a question. Hopefully this just goes
yeah,
with, or it goes against. Actually, you said it was pointless. This
maybe
goes against.
Yeah.
something can I and I hate that pointless. I hate that description of something, because I think everything, even I'll make the argument. I'm sure I'm going to get no backing out of this, but I'll make the argument. I think even some experimental films, they have a point. It might not be a clear point. It might not be a point that even the creator or the creators of the thing are making, is the point that comes across. But I don't think there's anything truly as pointless art or pointless expression or pointless anything. I think everything
Yeah,
Interesting.
everything has something in there.
I don't remember
I
where we sided with this, but we had this conversation similar in Apple Dumpling Rides Again, didn't we?
And probably aren't all the glitters too.
Yeah,
Well,
probably.
was
Yeah,
it like
it was Reds again.
with films that were shelved that haven't
with
come out?
Batgirl getting
Yeah.
removed. Yeah,
And kind of double down on your point quickly, Sinister, is that
Yeah.
even I would say even clearly Jackson Pollock's artwork has a point to it.
Oh my!
Like I'm not like I
Yeah.
said, that's never in contention for me.
Yeah, no. It's just you don't have to like it, but as long
Yeah.
as you respect an aspect of it, I'm giving you a free leeway there. You don't have to respect
Yeah,
the whole thing. But yeah,
that's to kind of bridge the gap, because as much as I don't like his artwork, I do think his artwork does have a point. I do think he intended them to have a point.
Yeah.
It's just
not your cup of tea.
it's not my cup of tea. Yeah,
Yeah,
and so
sure.
I agree with Sincere on your point. Most artwork that's produced has a point. So
And like I said, it could be different than what was intended by the artist or the artists involved. It could be one you find yourself. I'd be hard pressed to find a created piece of media, I'll be pretty vague with it, that has almost no redeeming value in any without having have no point. I think some things have a point. It may not be a good point. It may be kind of a lousy point. It might be a cheap point, but it has a point
Could even
somewhere
be
in
an
there.
individual point.
Yeah,
Like painting a canvas white. That's got a point.
that's got a point.
Taping a banana to a wall. It's got a point.
Using
Does have
a
a
urinal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we're going in full, baby.
I just recently
Yeah.
watched a film that Sinister got me, actually, Man on the Moon, which is a bit of a biopic on Andy Kaufman. And I think he's one with individual points that not everyone necessarily got or needed to get.
Yeah.
But there were still points across.
I think I would love to talk. We'll talk like for an hour if we start talking about Andy Kaufman.
Yeah,
Andy
I just thought
Kaufman.
that was
But,
a good example to go with.
funnily enough, to tie it in to this whole thing, the guy I think who directed Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind saw, I think, him in that and that's what got him cast into Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Oh, Jim Carrey in Man on the Moon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe I reversed the two, but either way, somehow or another, that it was involved. If you watch the,
I think the way you said it is right. I think Man on the Moon was 1999. Eternal Sunshine was after.
Yeah, so I think there's a good documentary on Netflix about the making of that movie. If anybody else out there wants to see it, it's pretty good.
On Eternal Sunshine or Man on the Moon?
Man on the Moon.
Okay. The context of distinguishing.
I'm sure there's a documentary on Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind too, but I don't think that's on Netflix.
All right. The last one, which I don't think will have much discourse. It's a pretty simple.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
This is where Crimson and I come in.
It's on LetterBox. 5 out of 5 with a heart. That's a thing that's distinguishable on there.
I liked it. Yeah.
Yeah, by Vince Toddy. I think I got. Hopefully, I got past it right.
Vince Toddy. That's a good name.
Taddei.
Toddy.
All right, Vince.
Katie.
Vince wrote, Sofia Coppola's masterpiece gets better as the years pass because she managed to craft a film that grows with you. With trust in her cast and, most importantly, her audience, she wove a screenplay with so many layers and touch points of people's lives that it's impossible not to connect with it.
I kind of like that we seem to be ending usually on, I think, like the best written criticism usually, even if we don't maybe agree with it or disagree with it.
I mean, I guess that would be more for Springsteen Crimson. That's more for you.
You didn't connect with it as much. Really connect with.
Oh, I took it differently. I'm gonna say I agree with it because we're still talking about it, and it's still connected to me. So I'm in agreement. Like after watching it, it's still growing, still discussing it.
Yeah, but I will say it is not impossible to not connect with it because I didn't.
We just have to be in a relationship.
I'll say that part of their statement is incorrect.
You just have to be like 45 and in a relationship with a 17-year-old, and I think you'll get it.
In my opinion, can change. Sure.
So I get to that point in my life. She's not 17 in the movie universe. It's just in the filming. She is 17.
Yeah.
Oh,
so she's 20 in her 20s. So be like 55, and then
wasn't that the same with Keira Knightley and Black Pearl?
Black Pearl.
Yeah.
Wasn't she
Oh,
17
yeah.
and like kisses Johnny Depp or
Well,
something?
Yeah, I
whatever.
don't know if she's supposed to be in her 20s in that though. But she was. I think she was 17.
It was a different time, the Pirate Age.
Oh yeah.
They had to paint on her cleavage or something.
That I don't know about. I don't know what you looked up for that, but
that you
I
had
can't
to
see
on
anyone
a-
else in that role.
I think that was on a Conan interview.
That might be. I feel like I have heard that that little factoid, something about that. Weird if true, but
Anywho, that was Critics on Critics.
That was the end of Critics on Critics.
Let's rapid fire through some of the classic questions real quick.
yeah, let's just like no discussions.
All right. Favorite character? Crimson, go.
Favorite character?
Oh,
Well,
Ryan,
okay.
obviously.
Can someone else start?
Sure. Joan of Arc. Done. Your turn. Go.
Wow.
Ow. Damn it! Knock my headphones off.
But we don't have to cover these questions. These are just safety nets.
Well, he asked you a question. You can
He did.
refrain to answer.
You can think
I
about
think
it. I'll
you're-
move on.
No,
Yeah.
I got it. It's Sergeant and Dog Soldiers.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Sarge.
I like
Yeah.
Is that Sean Pertree's character? Is that Alfred
yeah.
from Gotham? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alfred from Gotham.
Sorry, he doesn't know
Alfred?
actor names.
That's true. I'm gonna. I mean, there was a lot. Honestly, Ponce de Leon from Clone High. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
I think he was my favorite. I think
yeah,
I
I
said
mean,
that in it.
Did you
Yeah.
see how much they set him up from episode 1? It's great.
Yeah, dude, he was like there the whole time.
He was in the background.
That is something I kind of wish, because now it's on HBO Max. I kind of wish they would like retroactively just like place him in the background of a bunch of episodes.
Like it's a Where's Waldo? That would be funny.
Yeah, that would have
Where's
been.
Ponce?
Yeah.
All right, Springs.
Santa from Violent Night.
Oh yeah, we could count. I guess Bill Bailey would be up there too.
I like that
Yeah.
his backstory is
George.
like a Viking.
Bill Bailey.
Yeah, it's a
More
very
Viking
unique
take on
backstory.
Santa.
Yeah, it's a very
It's
unique
cool.
backstory. I'm hoping. I want to get more of it, but I also kind of want them to stick to the more John Wick mentality of what they're trying to go for.
I hope. I mean, being that it's done by the people who do John Wick, I think it's going to be more in that vein, where it's a little story here and there.
I just hope it's not like
as much as I liked that movie, there's so much room for improvement.
Oh yeah, we talked about it in that episode. So
yeah,
go watch
check
that.
out
Magic system.
Yeah.
Go back
Well, I
down.
think the magic system is always going to be fucked. It's too late. You gotta fix that in the first
Well,
one.
some are stronger than
There's
others.
No matter
There's
what
some
we
good
cover.
magic systems.
Like
There's some good
Halloween
magic
Town
systems.
2's magic is worse than Practical Magic's magic system. There's levels.
Well, no, but I'm saying like in like if you have a continuation, because you kind of have you have the rules you already have basically, and it's very hard to then it's kind of bad to like then retcon them, because then it makes the problems for the first one, because that's what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh, Sinister! You just contradicted yourself.
What did I say?
I don't know why you just brought me back to our whole debate in the Kenobi episode.
What did I say? I don't. The good point. I don't remember. What was I
We
saying?
argued over why Darth Vader pulling
the
down a
Force.
ship was bad,
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh,
Establishing.
or why I
Rules
thought it
of
was
the
bad
Force.
and you liked it. Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know why. Sorry. Just.
I don't think that's too. I
covered
mean,
so
that is a
much of
little
our-
bit of a
our
that is a
podcast
little
on
bit of a
this.
hypocrite, but I think it's rooted in a different place.
Is the
Because
Force
I was saying,
magic?
The Force is absolutely a magic
magic?
system. Yeah, the Force is absolutely a magic system.
It's
I will absolutely
midichlorians.
dub it a magic system.
midichlorians. It's biological.
It is.
Still a magic
Because
system.
because my problem with the magic system being retconned in the second one for this is I personally wouldn't care. I'm just saying I think as a group of us, that's what I was saying. Is like we would have problems, because then it would be like
It would
it'd be harder. Yeah, you'd have to be compared, and yeah, it'd be a whole thing. I'm like I said, don't mess with us with magic, okay? We famously have a lot of issues, rightfully so, with magic.
Doctor Strange.
The Gathering.
But no, I think if I can remember what my point was in the Kenobi, I think I was saying, obviously, probably in the original, they would have, if they could have had him be able to do it, he would have done it in like the original trilogy. but given the technology at the time, it would have been impossible. I'm willing to admit, though, it is a bit of a retcon.
All right. Springs, I think you have a favorite character, right? No,
Santa
wait,
Claus.
you said
Yeah, Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
I
started
know
all
Santa
this.
Claus.
You threw out the magic system stuff, right, Crimson?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Least favorite character.
Oh boy.
Now that one's the harder question.
I can throw a dart in the wall and pick anybody from Death at a Funeral. To be honest with you,
I figured you were
kinda
going to say
thinking the
that.
same.
Derek probably would be a lot of people's answers.
I don't remember
Derek.
any of the names from Death at a Funeral, but I'd still throw a dart in the wall and pick any
The
of
other
them.
white guy, Derek.
Oh, the guy who's always trying to hit on Zoe.
Yes,
Saldana?
the one
Yeah,
who
him.
sexually
Yeah.
assaulted.
There we go. Him. Yeah. That's a
that
great
woman.
answer.
Yeah. I'm gonna say the lady from Dog Soldiers, because she kind of
Yeah,
really
she
Drags
ruined
down the movie
plot.
for you.
Zoologist.
Yeah. Yeah.
For some reason, I feel like it's Megan, but
Maybe.
I need to look it up now.
Maybe it's Maggie.
Maybe.
I think there's an M.
Maggie Glenn. Yeah, I think it's an M.
Melinda.
Midoriya.
Yeah, it's got an M.
M&M. There we go. She's the green M&M.
Okay, it is Megan. Sweet.
Ah, nice.
And writer?
Oh, I said any character.
Just
Death at
any.
a Funeral.
Oh.
Yeah, I said throw a dart in the wall. I don't remember any of their names, so.
I'm going to
You
say
remember
Derek
Ryan?
for Ryder, having watched it with him. Did not enjoy Derek.
You just couldn't take a hint.
No, it couldn't.
What about Scudworth?
Oh yeah, I did complain about Derek a lot, didn't I?
Yeah, Sinister. That's good. Scudworth. Do I find him more annoying than I find Derek?
Ugh.
You know what? You got me, Scudworth. I'd rather watch Derek.
That's a
As
sad
bad
day.
as that may sound.
That's a sad day.
That makes me really
That's a
sad.
controversial take on this podcast. That one.
Dude, Scudworth is a Johnny Test character.
Interesting comparison.
Like, he could be the
do
father
not
of
like
Bling
that
Bling
comparison.
Boy.
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you were comparing him to Johnny Test. I could see him in the universe.
He's a character in Johnny Test. Yeah.
Yeah, he could be in the universe.
This is sacrilege. I will
No.
not stand for this.
Johnny Test. All right, we got our answers for that, right? So, segment.
Oh, sweet. Segment. We're doing something new because kind of lack of feedback. We don't know any fan favorites out there of like what to do. I almost went with trivia tag again. I'll tell you that. Almost went trivia tag, but we're doing something new. It's called Bracket Banter. Don't know if the name will stick. Maybe it will. And I asked everyone present here 4 films that they find to be the worst of the worst films ever. So I have compiled a bracket of 16 things because we each put in 4 of our own to go head to head to find out what is the worst film out of what we have.
Spoilers for anybody.
Yes, there will be spoilers.
I don't even remember what I
apologies.
said.
I wrote them all down. There will be situations where I have them all, so there's no someone has their own 2 picks pitted against each other. I also tried to make it as random as I could, so it's not a lot of, like, for example, Ryder and I against each other the entire time, or what have you. So I tried to vary that up as much as I could. There's going to be instances where, so it's basically 2v2. So it's like Ryder and Crimson, let's say, they're 2 picks, and they're going at it of, like, they can either stick to their choice, they can go to the other side and say the other one's worse. But then again, it also is Sinister and I to put our 2 votes in. If it's a tie, it's going to go down to... Actually, that's a great question. I don't know what's going to happen if it's a tie. If it's a tie, I think it has to go with the 2 who have chosen their own picks if they are really set for their own or if they're on opposite ends. I think they have a little more veto of their own choice over the other 2 weighing in. I think. I'll just say we'll lean on that. The number 1 winner will get a point for the bracket points, or segment points. there's going to be instances where you haven't seen a movie that's being covered, so it's going to be kind of hard to sway you. So just keep that in mind. Is everyone ready?
That rule applies to me. So.
Also,
I have a couple.
I think I wrote these all
things.
in correctly. The bracket kept refreshing and changing all the time. So, Crimson, one of your picks I hope is correct.
Oh, okay.
What's that? But number one, we are starting with Sinister and Crimson with Resident Evil: The Final Chapter versus Magnolia.
Oh,
And we're trying to convince each other which one's worse.
As a whole group, we got to decide what's the worst one. Which one of the two is worse?
Well, I have seen both.
Yeah, he has seen both.
I don't know if, Sister, you want to talk about Resident Evil first?
I guess, yeah. And then I'll if anybody needs any clarification, because I'm sure Sprinks and Ryder have not seen Magnolia.
I have not seen either.
Know anything. Well, yeah, you haven't seen either, but you kind of know, at least.
Yeah, I know Alice. Resident Evil
Alice
with Alice. Yeah. That's her name.
Yeah.
Yes. This is the last one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Which would be though very fitting for them to say the last chapter and have a second one come after this, because these movies are notoriously awful at setting things up, and I think Crimson will attest to that.
I can agree with that.
Yes.
I guess the question, Sprinks, is this based off of like an objective subjective thing, or what's our criteria for picking what's worst?
Both.
Okay, so a Sinister
closest to a 1 and a 1.
Okay. So I guess for Magnolia, I guess the best way to compare it would be Love Actually, I guess. It's a series of many stories with different characters, but they're all connected to one event that's happening in the world that the audience slowly figures out throughout the film.
Yes.
My problem with Magnolia personally is that all the side characters and stories suck. Even Tom Cruise's, which is unfortunate. He plays a
motivational speaker.
Tom Cruise is in the movie
with long hair.
Yeah, Tom Cruise.
I don't remember the other people in it. I just remember him right now.
There's no.
I was gonna say Sinister.
Yeah.
Sinister is Leon Kennedy in the final chapter.
No, he's not.
No.
Okay.
No. He's in one movie.
I'm trying to sway what I'm gonna choose as an answer.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. So he is not in there. I think there's 2 people from the games are in it, in the final, right? Or is just one?
Wesker and Claire.
Yeah.
Claire? Yeah.
Claire. And her brother's in the second to last one, right?
Chris.
Well, Chris isn't in the final chapter though.
Oh no, who's the guy in the jail then? Who's that guy?
The jail. Oh, like, yeah, that's Chris, but that's not in the final chapter. That's
okay. That's why I was asking. Yeah. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Chris is in the franchise. He's not in the final chapter.
Yeah. Okay.
Final chapter has Wesker, Claire, and I guess Tyrant or whatever.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
People kind of called him that. I don't know if he actually is Tyrant, but I know people refer to him as that character.
So all so basic synopsis Crimson got to with Magnolia is it's all separate stories. They're interconnected by on one side a specific family, and then coincidences involving those members. So there's the oldest, the grandfather who is dying, the brother who is a game show host, the son who is Tom Cruise, and the daughter who is has a relationship with a police officer or something, who's kind of like lost your way slightly, I guess.
I have a question. How serious is Magnolia as a film?
It's very serious.
Very
serious. It's very serious.
Okay.
and there is religious undertones. I don't know if that matters to anybody, but that's kind of the overarching background thing that connects a lot of the stuff is a religious undertone. There may be frogs falling from the sky and stuff.
Oh, so it's got a
I see.
magic
I
It's
system.
don't.
weird.
Well,
They have out
no,
there
it's
elements, but take it very seriously.
because in there, because the whole setup is coincidences, and they start with like I think 3 or 4 things
Is it
that are like
bedtime stories raining gumballs coincidences?
no, so like and they have like 3 or 4 stories in the opener that are these very 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 strange things, but that they put as they really happen. Because sometimes fact is stranger than fiction, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And that's sort of what the tie-in for the movie is like, okay, it's very unbelievable that all like let's say I don't know if it's 5, but like all 5 of these stories are somehow all connected at and however thin the strand is that are somehow connected.
Okay.
Is kind of what it's about. Yeah.
Well, I know where I'm swaying, but Crimson and Sinister, are you both stick to your choices are worse?
One more thing I'll throw out before I answer
Yeah.
that. It is a 3-hour film.
I think 3.5.
Yeah, so if someone doesn't like it, it can be a real slog because it's 3 hours long. Am I swayed? No, I would still rather watch the last chapter because I find it as bad as it is objectively. I it would enjoy it more than Magnolia. So there's my combined score. I'd rather watch final chapter
And
than
Sinister?
Final chapter is undeniably worse. As even I will say, Magnolia is a bit of a slog to get through. It's really, really would be a good word. It's very snobbish at parts, or
Yes.
pretentious. Pretentious. That would be the correct word. I was looking for was pretentious at points. But the artistry in it is very, very high. The acting in it is very, very high, and I think it's worth it to get through it. And everything about Final Chapter I hate. I don't think there's a single thing I really like about it other than it ends and it's over. The series is done.
All right, Ryder, what are you thinking?
Of
Or actually,
what I
have
would
you
rather,
seen either?
I've seen the final chapter. I have not seen Magnolia, but from what I'm hearing, I don't think I'd like Magnolia. I don't like the final chapter either, but at least it's funny bad.
That there's an enjoyment factor to it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not as funny bad as the other movies. It's probably the least
No, it's
funny
it's-
bad.
it's the one that
but
I found the most
it's
fucking annoying as while I was watching, and I
it's
wasn't
it's the
laughing at
least
all.
funny bad, but I have alcohol for that, so
Well, no additives. It has to be the movie itself. You can't use additives.
no
I-
modifiers.
okay. Well, see, here's the thing: if I'm not doing modifiers, then I'm probably gonna go with I'd rather watch Magnolia because I haven't seen it, purely for that reason alone.
Okay.
Oh,
Um,
crap.
but
Is that a criteria we're allowed in this game, Springs? Is
What?
just I haven't seen it, therefore
Yeah,
that
sure.
factor? Or is it based
Yeah.
off what we say?
No, you can do that. You can sway that. You can do it either or. I haven't seen it, so I'd rather the
at
other one
least
that I have, or I haven't seen it,
yeah,
I should see it.
like I said, if it's that is a deciding factor for me because there are a lot of these that I'm not gonna have seen before.
Yeah.
I'm to put any sway, I'm gonna say that it's my least favorite Paul Thomas Anderson movie, and I love Paul Thomas Anderson. But yeah, I think you should watch it at least once. It's worth it.
So I haven't seen either, but
You've seen some of the Resident Evil movies, though.
I have
And
seen
you
some of
know
them.
we know your feelings on the Resident Evil.
Yeah, I fell asleep during the third one. And then again, that was marathoning them. I think my vote's on Magnolia because it's Wesker.
Okay. We are tied. What does that mean?
0 points.
Do we have a? Is there?
I
Can we
haven't
do the
seen
lightning
either,
round?
so I'll change.
0 points or
Okay.
No,
both points?
I'll swap. I'll swap. So
So
final
you
chapter
found
is
no
the worst.
tiebreaker, so you screw me over. I
Sure.
get it.
No one else is gonna move. I'll do it.
It's
Yeah,
true.
sure, I'll move.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There we go. All right.
There we go. We maintained the tie.
Okay.
Then I'm sticking to where I am. Final chapter's worse. There.
Okay.
Then
Next
that's
one.
where I am.
Next one.
All right.
Unfortunately, this is the only situation where this occurs. Ryder, you have 2 of your picks going against each other.
Oh.
So, sorry.
All right.
It's the only
Which
one
one
that
you
has
batting
Okay.
for?
So we have Avatar: The Last Airbender, the M. Night Shyamalan film, against Iron Man 3.
Oh boy.
I've seen one of these.
I've also seen
I
one
have
of these.
seen.
Who
I've seen
am
one
I?
of
Who am
these.
I quote unquote debating against, or am I debating against my own picks?
I already
But
know my
debate
answer.
yourself.
I'll say that.
You're pretty much debating yourself.
Masturbate yourself, okay?
All right, I can do this. All right, so
I misspoke.
Iron Man 3 is really poorly written from a character perspective. The only reason most people quote unquote liked the film was because it was right after the heels of Avengers 1. But character work from Iron Man is really, really shit. They put him in situations he would never be in. As much as I love Jon Favreau, Hovey is way too much in the movie. They make him too much of a character. I don't even get into. I'm not gonna even get into the Mandalorian twist. Mandarin twist. It's really, really bad. M. Night Shyamalan's Last Airbender butchers it from the get go. I think M. Night Shyamalan's Last Airbender is worse. There is nothing they get right about either the story, the characters, and what they do get right lacks all of the charm the show had. So while I absolutely despise both, I do think Iron Man 3 is more tolerable.
My answer's on Last Airbender. Now I haven't
Yeah,
seen
I
it,
think. Yeah.
but
Oh,
I
you
also
never saw it?
I never saw the movie, and I haven't seen the show. I've seen bits of the show, but I have seen the news and uproar of rage of the fandom when the film came out.
Yeah, I know Last Airbender is widely hated. The only thing I really know about it other than that is that they didn't even get the name of the main character right. It's
That is
Ong
correct.
instead of Aang.
It's not Aang, it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
How the heck do you screw up the name of your main character?
I have no fucking
So
idea.
if they're that bad, I can't even imagine what the film itself is. So I'd probably be picking that one as the worst.
I'm picking that one as the worst. I saw it in theaters because one of my friends was a huge Avatar: Last Airbender fan and was super excited to see it. And I honestly, even like, I didn't like really anything about it. But I think the thing that really annoyed me the most, before I really had an air of critique in me to kind of quantify the levels of things. What annoyed me the most was that it was like almost a 2-hour movie on like 2 or 3 episodes from like the first season of the show. It wasn't even like
Yeah.
a big story arc. It was like the first like 2 or 3 episodes, and they just made that into a movie.
No. They condensed
Was
the
it
entire season into the movie. They
really?
actually do that. Yeah.
Oh,
It is.
okay. Never mind.
They throw in there an episode or two, like references to those episodes, but they do virtually nothing beyond that.
Well, I think
So it's pretty much
raw
episode
Last
1.
Airbender.
It's episode 1, and then the series finale, season 1 finale. Pretty much that's what the main
Okay.
core of the story is. And then they throw in elements of other episodes. So we spend 5 minutes doing a reference to an episode and 5 minutes doing a reference to another episode. But yeah, that's
Okay.
where that movie is. It's
Yeah, I
pretty
I think you won. I
only
think
saw it in theaters.
I don't
Yeah.
think
I
we're
think you
swaying
booked yourself.
anyone. We're all on Last Airbender.
yeah, Laugh River is really shit.
You Nick Parked yourself. You're against yourself in the same category.
Well, I mean, I have 2 movies that I'm picking from. So
Congratulations for winning.
Next
Yeah,
up,
good point.
our next one of this will be Sinister against Ryder. We have Chip and Dale
Oh, boy.
Rescue Rangers against The Last Jedi.
Hey, I've seen those.
I have seen both of these.
I have not. Wait, did I see the which is The Last Jedi?
That's the second
Ryan
one
Johnson's one.
Well,
within the sequels.
Number 8.
Okay, so not the final. Okay, there we go.
Not the final one.
I got there.
Not Rise of Skywalker.
Okay, I have not seen Rise of Skywalker, but I have seen Last Jedi.
Are you two sticking to yours being the worst?
Yeah. My answer's
Both
yes.
statements.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how I can be swayed out of it. My answer's Last Jedi.
I'm in the same boat. I don't think I could get swayed, but Sinister, I'd like to hear your arguments for why Chippendale's words.
Okay. I'll try. I think I kind of have. I think I have a similar footing here that I can use to high ground myself a little bit. Crimson, you're supposed to say the thing.
Okay, you underestimate my power. I'll do it for him.
Thank you. I have the high ground.
High ground.
High ground. So I will say both are coming from the same place of a franchise that is just pretty much in shambles by these respective movies.
Yeah, pretty much.
Both I think are in very different ways, and I think my footing on this might be the better one, but leave that up to the respective judges. Everything that Chippendale Rescue Rangers the movie does, if it was anything else, would still be bad. Unnecessary cameos, unnecessary references, unnecessary animation choices. Just everything about it is so bloated and unnecessary. Unnecessary, yeah. It's bloated. It's all puff. There's the main
fan service the movie, and
yeah.
it's hollow.
There is,
but at least you got fan service in your movie.
Hey, you got Yoda, so don't you even start talking yet, okay?
Yeah, Yoda was on screen for all of 10 seconds, and they already butchered his character.
So yeah, it's a puff piece. There's hardly any center to this movie. The center of the movie is two things that go almost nowhere. Chip and Dale breaking up, and Gorgonzola, or is it who is no, the Frenchman, the French rodent, like Monterey Jack.
Yeah.
Ratatouille.
Yeah, Ratatouille.
Is he French?
So
yeah, that's a big thing in the film, Springs.
Is he?
Yes, go watch the film.
Oh wait, no. He's not French. He's like Australian or something.
Yeah.
He's
Ratatouille?
No.
Monterey
Jack.
Is French.
Ratatouille. Remy is definitely French. I know that.
Yeah.
No, I meant Monterey Jack this whole time. I'm like, I don't think he's French.
Wavelength as Ryder there. I was.
Yeah, we thought you were asking if Remy was French. That's why we were so confused.
Yes.
Remy's Patton Oswalt. So there's just almost nothing really. There's no substance to any of it really, because it doesn't. If it was like a Rescuers type of thing, that would have been good, because that would have been based in what the actual show was about, making it like this, behind the scenes, like, where are they now kind of thing.
Yeah.
Stupid, pointless. It goes nowhere. I don't care.
Bad Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yes, it spits in the face of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I would even go so far, it slaps Who Framed Roger Rabbit's mother in the face.
It kind of does.
So
that's a really good argument. I'll go with that.
Yeah.
That's a really good argument.
I don't
think you need to go for an argument.
Okay, so you dug yourself a hole. You didn't mean to, but already you said it's substanceless. The problem with The Last Jedi, what makes it infinitely worse, is that it's intended to be substance.
Oh boy.
So Rian Johnson butchered 30 years of history. No character escaped this film unscathed. The plot is nonsensical, carried in by either using rules purely invented within the framework of the film, or forgets previously established rules in order to keep the plot going. The world building is ruined, in the sense that the Force has added powers, which would be theoretically cool. The problem is they're made ghosts capable of doing shit in the real world by which adds other layers of problems. Because why weren't other Jedi helping Luke Skywalker in the original trilogy? It butchers the world building in the sense of resetting everything when the guys were in power to Empire light. This is another issue. The issue is that it is intended to be substantive, which is the problem, is that all of it's nonsensical. It reeks of a man who just wanted to tell his own story and write his own ending, even though he's doing the second part of a trilogy.
Not to mention Canto Bite.
Also
I'm leaving out a lot.
They
I'm
introduced a new
summarizing.
character, Jake. I wasn't a
Oh
fan.
yeah. No, that was
From State Farm.
quite the insult. We can't forget Rose. Though to be fair, I think she's a
She was
great
never good.
actress. She's an actress.
Oh,
I'll give her
wasn't
that.
hang on,
The
wasn't
problem
Last
is-
Jedi the magnet bombs?
Yes.
Okay.
It was
That
also
is
the Holdo maneuver.
It's also the Holdo maneuver. It's also remember, we're not fighting what we hate, but saving what we love, or whatever the fuck that line was at the end of the movie.
I believed in you,
Yeah.
and you betrayed me.
Now, both great
When the
arguments.
rebels die.
Both great arguments against each other. I think I'm still going to be on Last Jedi. I mean, we let Resident Evil go through. Just a small counter that One of Sinister's has already gone on, but I'm going to go with Last Jedi.
Seems like fourth wall breaking the rules there. But I'm agreeing. I think Last Jedi's worse. I do think, Sinister, you made the best argument with it being substanceless. I think that is its biggest
That is a
crime.
very valid argument. To be fair, that is probably the best argument you can make for it, because they are both terrible, to be
Also,
honest.
Listen, I
Chip and
knew
Dale
who I
Rescue
was up
Rangers,
against.
That's one we've covered on the pod. People have
Yeah.
knowledge of what we feel about that film as a whole. Last Jedi we
Detective
haven't covered
Putty, though,
yet.
he was good.
You're
Also,
saying that because it was J.K. Simmons.
I'd like to make an apology to Sinister. He began with saying we don't talk about Ryan Johnson or Jackson Pollock, and we've touched on both.
That was more the audience, not
True.
you guys. That was more the audience.
All right, so Last Jedi is going through. Next up, finally, I'm in the running here, so it's myself against Sinister.
Oh boy.
We have the Dark Phoenix against TASM 2.
What?
The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Okay. I was like, I don't remember a TASM 2.
Amazing Spider-Man 2 against Dark Phoenix.
Okay, all right. I was thinking of Raimi's Spider-Man 2. I was so confused. Wait, this isn't the one for worst?
This is Andrew Garfield 2 with Electro.
So confused.
Jamie Foxx is Electro.
Yeah.
Dark Phoenix is the third one in the
X-Men.
new X-Men. It's the one after Apocalypse.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
Oh, that's Dark Phoenix is not X-Men 3, is it? Okay, I'm thinking of a different one.
No, that's Last Stand.
Sorry, the Phoenix shows up in that one, so
yeah.
I have not seen Dark Phoenix, so I'm going to stick with it. Mine is the worst one.
I'm sticking with Dark Phoenix.
Okay.
Dark Phoenix to me is equivalent of The Last Jedi of damaging established characters already in a world. TASM 2 is just not a great Spider-Man movie.
Let's see about that.
I think TASM 2 has some good scenes in a bad film. Also, his costume's pretty cool. I do like the look of his spider suit.
Okay,
more so than the first one.
Listen, we can't ever have a bad thing said about a Spider-Man outfit. Okay, they've all been great in their own ways.
No, the shoes of the first Amazing Spider-Man movie. No,
cleats. Spider cleats.
Spider cleats. I'll have you go first because I went first with Ryder.
I don't know how much I mean, I don't know how much to really sway on this.
Just vague it. Just
vague it breaks apart Magneto. It breaks apart Charles Xavier. Because the world's already made. We learned in Days of Future Past that the older X-Men movies, so like 1, 2, 3, Hugh Jackman, Patrick Stewart, Ian McKellen, those films are the same characters as the James McAvoy, Michael Fassbender, like same character thing. So in Dark Phoenix, it takes apart Jean Grey, Mystique, Nightcrawler, Angel, Scott Summers, Cyclops, Charles Xavier, Magneto, all the characters we've already seen before in a story of their lives that has occurred or touched on already that damages it. Because like this is talking about Dark Phoenix and about Jean Grey that they never touch on in X2 or Last Stand about Jean's character already. They're never like, oh, it's happening again, or she's got this thing we didn't remove, or anything. It's like all brand new to them now, which is breaking apart those three films.
All right, so we've had there have been Spider-Man properties before Sam Raimi, and there's been properties after Sam Raimi. That's a good goalpost to have. There's pre and post Sam Raimi. Now, I'm willing to defend the first Amazing Spider-Man. Had a lot to live up to, even with the mess that the third Sam Raimi Spider-Man was. They still had a lot to live up to with the first two, because those first two are damn near perfect superhero movies. Now, Amazing Spider-Man 2 should not be lower than Amazing Spider-Man 1. Just should not, by any conceivable merit, be lower. Because any problems that the first one has should be tweaked and changed so that 2 can stand maybe not a foot taller, but a few inches taller than that. And like I said earlier, they had a lot of pressure going up against them, even with just the first 2 Sam Raimi Spider-Man. So I'm happy if they tried a few things and it just didn't work. Fine. But when you have a sequel and you know what didn't work in the first one, and then you double down and make those things even more apparent and even worse, I can't defend you. I'm sorry. I just can't. I think Andrew Garfield was an okay choice, but he's too cool. He's too cool. Even when he's a loser, he's too cool. It boggles the mind.
No, I do agree with that. Skater Peter Parker is not
a
good idea.
No. Physically, he's got the look. I just can't believe him being a nerd or anything. Not that Tobey Maguire really sold it physically well either, but I could innately feel, okay, Tobey Maguire is not Tobey Maguire. This is Peter Parker. Peter Parker is a loser, in the best way possible. Peter Parker is an underdog.
Well,
Andrew Garfield,
the glasses did a lot for Tobey Maguire.
Yeah,
the
did do a lot. Andrew Garfield just doesn't. Even when he's like at his lowest getting bullied, he has so much charisma that I can't buy it. I'm sorry. But like I said, that's something you can't escape from in 1 or 2. You can't get it past that. So, but specifically for 2, there's just poor. I don't even know how to describe it. If it's acting, if it's editing, if it's both, on just both ends. There's a whole scene where he gets back together with Gwen Stacy, and they don't get back together. And it's 5 minutes long, and it goes nowhere, and they're just standing outside of a Chinese restaurant, I believe. And it's so strange and so alien to like anything in the movie. It just doesn't make any sense. There's just lots of stuff and the villain is. I love Jamie Foxx, and I think he might be the better part of the movie, but the villain just doesn't really land for me. They went too far in humanizing him, so he doesn't really feel as much of a threat. It doesn't feel like he's a
New Goblin.
And you also have New Goblin, which I don't think I can say anything that hasn't been said. That's just yeah. That's like Hobgoblin, James Franco level. That's Spider-Man 3 shit right there. That's all I'm gonna say on that. I think it's probably. It was so bad they couldn't continue. It was so bad they pulled the plug and were like, "Nope, we're not doing. We're gonna wait like 5 years before we try this again. We're gonna get a new guy in." That's how bad it is. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess why I'm thinking I'm leaning towards Dark Phoenix because personally, I don't enjoy the younger X-Men, whatever. Uh, Days of Future Past is probably the only one. The others, I don't, I never liked the characters that, or I guess their portrayals of the characters more specifically. So I have that going into Dark Phoenix, and Sprank's describing how much it destroys the previous established lore seems pretty substantial. Uh, for Spider-Man 2, I never finished that movie because Sprinks, Sinister, and I were watching both of them to watch
No Way
No
Home.
Way Home. Yeah, but we didn't get to finish before our showtime came up. But enjoyment-wise, I think I'd probably like that more than Phoenix, whatever, Dark Phoenix.
And Ryder?
From what I remember of Chasm, I remember not enjoying it. The problem is there are things that have happened since then to make it retroactively better. Because I never had a problem with the skateboard Peter Parker. I just took it as they're clearly doing a different version of this. And they do that with comic books all the time. They make different variations of the character. So I didn't really have an issue with this Peter Parker just happened to be smart, handsome, nerdy, and cool. I didn't really take an
Yeah.
issue with that. It's a different Peter Parker. I grant you that. It's definitely a departure from Tobey Maguire's. But I've only seen that one, and I haven't seen Dark Phoenix. So
Yeah, you need to see Chasm too.
Dark
I mean,
Phoenix.
you don't need to see it, but you really need to.
No. Another example, like I said, the Last Jedi kind of situation. It also has that, like, when Captain Marvel came out, and Captain Marvel discussed like Nick Fury's scratch mark or his connection with the Senator, that kind of damage to Winter Soldier story or plot points of what occurred there. Dark Phoenix does the same to the X-Men.
Yeah. Shoot. I had an answer, but it's gone. It's kind of shifted again. I think I might pick Dark Phoenix for being worse, based on what I've heard, in that it destroys everything that came before it. Because I usually find that more egregious than, the film itself can be bad, but
Yeah, this would all be fixed if in Days of Future Past it said it was a separate timeline or alternate
That was going to be
reality.
a question I was going to ask.
If
it
that
was a
was
separate timeline.
if that was ever said or discussed, this would not even be in my list because it's just a separate story. The fact that in Days of Future Past they're identical characters, like talking to their past selves and everything. They send Wolverine back in time to talk to young Charles and still James McAvoy and all the characters of First Class, and they're the same. It's just world breaking.
Well, I guess technically now with Disney owning them, it's probably not in canon anymore.
No, well,
Well, they
I
are
don't
bringing
know.
Hugh Jackman back as Wolverine.
I don't know.
So,
Deadpool 3 could answer some things. I don't know.
yeah, we'll see on that one. So yeah, I'll say Dark Phoenix for me.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Crimson against Ryder, and Ryder kind of has not a cheat, but something towards his. So Crimson, you have Taxi Driver, and Ryder, you have Justice League. But you said that it can incorporate both Justice League and Snyder Cut.
yeah,
Oh, interesting.
throw in both. If I'm arguing which one's worse, I'm gonna go with Zack Snyder's 4-hour version of it.
Snyderverse.
And then Crimson is like, okay, all right.
Well, I'm like, well, I'm not
Driver?
gonna get sinister on this.
No,
You picked
really
Taxi
not.
Driver?
I haven't seen either
Yeah,
Justice
I don't
League
like
or Snyder Cut, but Taxi Driver is not a bad movie.
That's why I asked if this was subjective, objective, because I know it's more subjective that
Yeah. It's not for everybody, but it's
an objectively good film.
It's still an objectively good film. Like, do you actually want to have think about now? How does everyone feel?
Let's see. What would be my argument? It sucks. There you go.
That's awesome.
Good argument.
That's
Yeah.
that's great. All right, now I'll go on to mine.
I don't
Let's
think you
see.
need it, Ryder. I think
I think he just dropped the mic. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I'll give some points out here. Zack Snyder's Justice League gave Amber Heard more work. Done.
ooh,
Ooh.
that beats Taxi
that's a good.
Driver.
Now
You
I
might have
want
swayed me on that one.
I want Crimson to actually say
Yeah.
why he thinks Taxi Driver is.
I can actually go into reasons and stuff too, but
I know you
Well-
can, but I specifically want Crimson.
So, Robert De Niro's character, whose name
Travis
I don't know.
Bickle.
Sure. I know there's characters out there you're not supposed to like or aren't supposed to be likable inherently, but you can still enjoy watching them. Neither of those things worked for me. I didn't enjoy him, whether or not he was supposed to be enjoyable to watch or not, which kind of dampers the movie because it's all about his psyche. So I didn't hop on board with it at all. His relationship with the one girl I didn't
Sybil
enjoy. The whole whorehouse thing wasn't. I mean,
Wasn't a
there was
whorehouse. It
nothing
was a
in that
porno
film.
theater.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think there was anything I liked in that movie.
It
You're
helps
looking at
with
me,
Crimson's points. He
that,
can't remember
sure.
a lot of the details. That's what I'm
I
getting
guess,
right now.
yeah.
I cut that out of my mind. You looking at me? I like that just because I've seen it in other things and not because of the actual movie.
Oh, you're such a fanboy.
he likes his Easter eggs.
Yeah,
Um,
it's little references.
let's see where to
No,
start.
Justice League is worse.
No, Justice League is better.
Well, I haven't seen either. So Justice League. Sorry, let me just say Justice League.
Yeah, Justice League. Justice League versus Zack Snyder's cut. I'll give you a brief synopsis of why I think the Snyder cut's worse. Justice League. I understand. I stand with Warner Brothers. The 2-hour mandate was probably a good thing. The Josh Whedon's version of the
Joss
movie.
we
He
trust.
also, he actually adds a few scenes that I think actually add some context to better the characters. He does improve the character work a little bit. But it's overall both films suffer from pretty much virtually the same overall overarching problems. The pacing is god awful in Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's bloated and it's Zack Snyder in his version of maturity, which means it's just like edgelord blood on the wall, fake blood on the walls, and
Yeah.
your superheroes kill people. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Fucking, it's boring. The world building is awful. The plot is awful. They do not interconnect well at all. The story that which Bruce Wayne is putting together the Justice League team is butchered. Superman's already dead at this point. Spoiler alert. And there's nothing between all the characters. All the characters are boring archetypes of what they're supposed to be, which is a fucking shame because I grew up on the Justice League. So,
Do both films have the CGI mustache or cover up?
Yes.
More lenient towards that
and
way. Again, you're pitching the film for your thoughts, and I get that. But I don't know if it's needed.
Yeah,
Not
I
to
think.
diminish you.
I think
I think we're on your side here, and maybe like later on, like this is more bracket. We got more to pit this against.
Well, saying it early will just streamline the later ones, I suppose.
Now,
I'm not
unless
convinced.
Ryder just went quiet because his internet died.
I think you're right.
Haha. Bingo.
It wouldn't be a Thursday if
No.
Ryder's internet didn't go out.
So were you expecting this segment to be so long?
No. I thought this would be faster. Like, pick if it got into like a tire conversation, then bring up reasons why. Don't start with.
You know what the
reasons why.
problem? You started with banter. Banter's in the name.
It is.
That's
I thought
that's
like
the
when it
problem.
got to more harder like semifinals of the bracket, then bring up more reasons. I don't
Yeah.
think we need to discuss the whole film or something. It's just
I mean,
like, especially if it's already swayed. If it's already like 3v1, move on.
Maybe this can be like a continuation, like we do like the first thing, and then the next segment will be like the second part of it.
Oh no, we're finishing it.
Okay, never mind then. I was trying to give you an
Okay.
out there. Where
No.
I mean, it doesn't help that a lot of our pinnings have stuff people haven't seen, so it has to be
That's true.
explained anyways.
I think it might help if it's just like the first two that go. Will those two people sway? It's like, oh no, your choice is way worse than mine, or something. Because the possibility
Yeah.
might happen.
I think I think Taxi Driver isn't gonna get bumped. I think that's
No. I think we're already 3-1.
Yeah, I think
All right, he has returned.
I have. All right. Where was I get cut off?
Well, we're at the point where your explanation writer is understandable, but I think there's no need to sway anyone unless you think you're going to sway Crimson out of Taxi Driver.
It's not gonna.
Well, he hasn't seen it, so.
Then Justice League moves on.
Okay.
Easy as
all right,
that.
Justice League is worse.
Next up, it's myself against Crimson. And Crimson, this is the one I touched on where I think I got it correct. It's Splint.
Splint?
Is that what it was?
No, that's not what it was. Slink.
Slink. That's it.
Just
Slink.
like what is Slink?
All right, so Crimson's a Slink against mine. That's downsizing.
All right, who's going first?
Well,
I have seen neither of these,
Well,
so
Yeah, like there's
Sinister
gonna be
just asked what
some
Slink
talk
is.
here.
I don't know what Slink is.
yeah. What is Slink?
All right. Could be regarded as like a C movie, below
Okay.
B movie.
Okay.
It's two girls whose I think their uncle died or something, and they go to his house to the estate. And
Are you sure
stuff.
this isn't Secret Garden? Or.
Well, they find this mysterious woman at the house that they don't know, and she claims to be an aunt and ingratiates herself into their life. And turns out the lady, spoiler, she is not related to them. She has a husband that works at a tanning salon, and they've been kidnapping girls and skinning them and making purses out of them. So,
Crimson,
go.
you just pointed. I want to watch that now. That sounds interesting.
No, it's probably
Yeah.
even worse. It's probably worse than how he's describing it.
Like I said, it's a C-lister right there. It's not good.
It's like one of those things with like a strong concept, but probably just a terrible delivery on every front.
The acting's horrible, except by one of the two girls. One of them were fine. Everybody else was overacting, as you would expect from this level of movie. The salon downstairs where all the bodies are hanging and skinned and stuff, just nothing looks good.
Yeah.
The writing's cheesy.
I'm sure it's like
at all.
when you're trying to like explain like a bad joke and it makes somebody laugh because of how stupid it is. I'm sure that's what this movie is. It's just like it sounds really interesting when you explain it in a funny way, but it's not actually.
It's not funny bad. It'd be a fun like watch with friends movie because you're like, oh, that's freaking stupid. But if you're by yourself, it is not enjoyable.
I guess I'll go up next. Downsizing is a Matt Damon film about.
It's the Matt Damon film.
I don't know if it's
like,
the Matt
Damon.
Damon.
He'll be known for it forever.
Spirit might be the Matt Damon film.
Okay.
This is a film about the population of the Earth or something like food shortage or situation. So there's a science that turns people like 3 inches tall to help with food costs and living and everything. So, and when you get shrunk down, like everything you had of your wealth expands. So like you sell your house and everything in the real world, all that size and land. So now you're like a millionaire because you're short. And Matt Damon's character shrinks down, but his wife can't go through with it. So he's left alone in this small world.
Yeah, she couldn't handle the shaving of the eyebrows or whatever.
And you think it's going to be a movie about Matt Damon trying to win his wife over or try to find science to grow tall again or get into like a situation of the world or something like that. No, it 180s to Matt Damon going to where the poor community is in the small world and goes on this boat journey with a lady, I think, trying to find purified water who can't understand English and thinks Matt Damon just wants to have hates sex with her the whole time. And then they get a relationship together, and then you forget the movie's about being shrunk down.
Well, I was on board until the boat part. Sounded like a good movie.
I went in
haven't seen
thinking
it.
this would be a good movie, but the trailers and everything I saw had nothing to do with the second half of the film.
But they got you.
It's a real 180.
I am not convinced. I will stick with Slink.
If need to, I'll go to Slink. Because the first part of
sounds like-
downsizing's fine, I guess.
It sounds like this movie has a budget behind it, and Slink does not sound like it has a
That's
budget
true.
behind it.
I would agree with that.
So this could be potentially even just like filmed wise,
Production-wise.
yeah, better, but probably about as bad story wise.
Crimson, does Slink look like Changeling?
It's worse than that.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
Okay,
I mean, I would say
I've been
I
swayed.
would say Brain Dead looks worse than Change.
I've been swayed.
Okay.
I'm on Crimson's side. Are you two on downsizing?
I think Slink is worse.
All right.
From what I'm hearing, I think Slink is slightly worse. Yeah.
Alrighty. Moving on. This one is a podcast knowledge because both have been covered. Which is myself against Sinister here. We have Marjorie's Moms against Christmas with the Cranks.
Let me just look at our numbers.
Sinister,
real
I'm
quick.
sorry. I'm not moving.
I don't
you
think
should.
Sinister's moving either.
I think you should.
See,
Okay.
Marching the Odds, I remember being funny bad. I didn't like Christmas and the Cranks at all.
I don't. Yeah. I mean, we found it funny bad because we were talking about it together, but
Yeah.
watching it by myself,
Why is this always terrible?
I don't think that's. I don't think it's as terrible in the same way, though. I think it's terrible in a little bit more of a agreeable way.
No, well, with what Ryder just said, I'm the opposite.
Uh-huh.
I think Christmas and the Cranks I find funny bad.
Well, you are a fan of Christmas movies, so
I am, but like the Dan Aykroyd, Tim Allen, like just little comical things and like the funny bit, the Botox bit. I find them
None of those
amusing.
landed with me, so yeah.
Mars Needs Moms,
Botox
nothing
bit.
if humor at all is present in the film, never hit with me.
I mean, shoot, I forgot.
Seth
Danny or
Green as a
something?
kid is weird.
Just think of the big guy. I'm forgetting his name.
Just despite you already kind of giving up your argument here, Sinister, I'm kind of on Christmas Cakes is worse.
no, I'm not giving it up. I'm just like almost like everything about Christmas with the Cranks infuriates me. It doesn't know what it wants to be. It can't follow through on what it wants to be, which is even worse. And it like at no point did I find anything I think that was supposed to be funny.
It's a cult
Which-
classic.
It's a cult.
It being
Something.
a cult classic doesn't make it good though.
No, it's a.
I would
cult
argue The Last
something.
Jedi is a cult classic.
I
to
mean,
some
yes, I
people.
didn't say cult classics are good. Okay, that's not the words I
Yeah.
put out there.
I did it for the pun.
I did it for the pun.
For the pun.
Crimson, where are you?
I would rather watch Cranks. I will say my ratings on the podcast are just a 0.5 off each other. They're pretty close, which is opposite to the others because a lot of people didn't like Marcy's Moms. But
You gave Martin's Moms like a 4 or something. Subjective.
yeah, I gave that
Yeah,
a
the
4.
animation.
Oh my god.
I gave it a 4 and Cranks 4.5. But I will stand by my number being Marcy's Mom is worse by a smidge.
I disagree. I at least Mars Needs Moms, how ugly it is, at least it's somewhat appealing. I don't think there's anything appealing.
Is there
about
any
Christmas
part
with
in
the
Christmas
Cranks.
with the Cranks where clothing clips through the floor?
No,
That would
but it's
not
also
be
not
my
animated,
deciding
so
factor.
That's not possible. So that can't really be.
yeah. I'm just saying, like
Does
at no
Frosty's
point.
scarf clip through the roof?
Well, it's smile. Remember, it's CG for that one
Yeah.
like 5 seconds. That's the only CG in the whole movie, probably. But
Where he
I'm just
waves
saying,
at the
like
end?
no, like there's no there's no like moment of there's no like good as far as I can remember, because I definitely did not go back and watch it ever. One
You
time
didn't
was
watch it this
enough.
year for
It's
Christmas?
heavy.
No,
Their
no, I
daughter's
watched somebody
leaving
review it.
on a vacation. They're gonna go on a vacation.
I watched John Tron review it. Okay, that's what I watched for for Christmas. Um,
John Tron reviewed it. I feel like I need to see that.
oh, it's a classic. It's really good. It's probably one of his best reviews. Yeah, so that's what I watched. But yeah, it's nothing like I don't think there was like a single scene or a moment that I can say with like without a doubt made me genuinely happy or
You didn't
like
like the part where Luther Crank goes to give the vacation tickets to the neighbors as a
no,
gift?
because
That's what I was about to
the
say.
neighbor
That was the best
immediately
part.
ruins it. Was like, so I still don't have to like you, do I, old man? He's like, no, you don't.
'Cause that's a
So
relationship.
that's not a good relationship. It can be a relationship. It doesn't have to be a good relationship, and I cannot like it. I don't.
That is true.
See,
That's a terrible
Marcy's
relationship.
Noms at least has good characters conceptually. Christmas of the Cranks had none.
Yeah, like okay,
No.
There was no
who's a good,
foundation.
who's a good
Mom has-
character? Who's a good
They're
character
not-
fundamentally in Christmas with the Cranks? Fundamentally a good character.
the neighbor.
Frodmeyer.
Which one? No, he's not a good character.
What do you mean?
fundamentally.
The old man one we just referenced. I think
Oh.
he's a good character.
You just like him
I-
because he's you.
Maybe.
Remove your Mission Impossible mask.
Yeah.
And the daughter's okay, mostly because she's not much of a character.
She's not in the movie, and because look, they could have had Jungle 3 Jungle. All right, that's all I'm saying.
I'm talking about main characters here. I'll quantify it for everybody.
Yeah, there's fundamentally not a character who's on screen for a good portion of the movie.
No.
It's fundamentally good.
Yeah, see, Marcy's Moms, the characters, they're not great, but at least there's an archetype there that you can work with going into the rest of the film. You can't really do that with Christmas Cranks, so they
Like-
break down the archetypes and make it worse as the movie goes on.
Jamie Lee Curtis should be like the counter to Luther, but she's not. She's not, because she has her own like shit going on that
Yeah.
she's being rude.
They're an opposites attract couple.
But they're not opposites though. They're the same person. She's equally as rude as Luther is.
No,
in
she's
the same
far more
situations.
Christmas oriented than Luther. Luther wants nothing. She keeps trying to get ties in, and he keeps
She's
shutting
like
him down.
She's like 5% better. She's just like 5%. She doesn't. There's like the only reason she even goes back to Christmas is because Blair's coming.
Because Blair's coming. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a selfish
Listen-
reason. Because it has nothing to do with her wanting to do Christmas. It's Blair wants us to do Christmas, and she obviously if that hadn't happened, she would be on the cruise with Luther, being a dick to the other people.
I think she wanted I think she wanted Christmas with Blair the entire time.
Yeah, that's why they were talking about the cruise and getting the tans. All
Yeah,
that
that's what
stuff. That was
Luther
for-
wanted. She's going along with him
Yeah.
because Blair's not there.
Yeah, but Blair is no mention of Blair up until she calls. There's no moment like there's, oh man, this will be our first Christmas without Blair. That's it until she calls. So for at least an hour, there's no mention of Blair. No like this would be so much better with Blair. Like no.
Isn't
at no
that more
point.
believable? She's not a worrywart. She's not going to keep calling her daughter every day.
But yeah, but that also doesn't illustrate that she's wants to have Christmas with her either, because it's just like nothing.
She continually brings up Christmas things. Do we get the
Yeah, but
calendar?
not-
Do we get the
but
frosty on
not-
the roof? Do we get
not-
carolers?
Your statement was she wants Christmas with Blair. If that was true, she'd be saying this would be so much better with Blair 5 or 6 times throughout the whole movie. It
To
doesn't
try
happen.
to manipulate Luther? Try to get in
Yeah,
his head if the cruise is going to be ruined? Because...
Yeah, exactly. None of that. I'll rescind some of my thing. I don't think she's as bad as Luther, but she's close enough that you can hardly tell the difference most of the time.
No, Sinister, if I think she did that, she'd be worse than Luther because she's just constantly ruining his enjoyment.
I think she is doing that.
Yeah, she is. Because she's like,
Um,
nope, well, we can't go if you're not going to give $100 to the church or whatever, $500 to the church. And he's like, well, I already bought the tickets. And she's like, well, too bad. We're not going to get that $500.
That seems like a reasonable starting point to their whole thing. She's not fully
No.
swayed on the idea. She thought they were going to have happy fun time in bed that night, which they did.
Yeah,
but
which, yeah, yeah, like that. Yeah, that whole thing was weird.
comes in with a boombox and a Hawaiian shirt. She's chugging down wine.
What are you doing? Cover yourself up. Why do
it's
Irish
believable.
pubs always serve fish
Fish
tacos?
tacos.
Doesn't make any. Yeah, that's hilarious.
It is.
That's no.
It's funny.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
That's why it's funny, because it's not funny.
Ryder,
No.
Yeah.
you're talking about how the Crinks characters were fundamentally worse than Marsden's moms. It sounded like you were batting for it.
I'm not batting for Marcy's moms, but I do think Marcy's Moms is more tolerable of a film.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. It knows what it is.
Where's everybody at?
So here's
We've got
actually
a 2v2 right now, Crimson.
Yeah, before we dive off completely, I'll get some bit in there, 'cause I'm thinking about this. I'm like, I think the main characters of Marcy's Moms are more enjoyable. However, I do think the side characters in Christmas with the Cranks are more enjoyable than the main cast. But so I guess in that sense, like, 'cause I can't think of any of the side characters in Marcy's Moms that I particularly like. They're mostly just CGI background nobodies anyway. But I do like the neighborhood's feeling in Christmas with the Cranks of like the cult vibe that they give off. I still think Marcy's Moms is mostly overall better because that's a side thing for me, and that's just how I break it down in my brain. So
I would definitely.
If we're going based on tolerability, I'm going with Marcy's Moms.
Yeah, I think Marcy's Mom. It's ugly. It's really bland, but it's more enjoyable than Christmas with the Cranks. Christmas with the Cranks makes me feel like they don't want me to watch this film the entire time. I feel like they're actively trying to get me to disengage from the movie entirely. At least Marcy's Moms. Yeah.
Right.
At least Marcy's Moms is like it's bland and there's not much substance to it, but I don't feel like it's actively trying to push me away from it.
I will switch. I'm not changing my ratings because I still stand by those ratings. But I will jump to Cranks being worse purely due to the Santa tie-in that they tried doing and utterly failed.
All right, that moves along. We're at the last one here out of all the films.
Are they going to be the same?
The same pick?
The same pick? Because I know what mine is.
Well, it's Crimson. It's you against me right now.
Yeah, I feel like we're picking the same movie.
What do you mean picking the same movie? We didn't pick. These are two different movies. Hang on.
Then I don't know how my movie didn't make it on your list. All right, let's go.
Because you chose it before I did. Crimson has.
Oh, so it would have been there.
Possibly. We can't have two of the same movies. Crimson has Splice. And I have The Package.
Is that one with like the creepy cover art of that guy with the beard?
No, that's The Gift.
That's the present of a gift. What's The Package?
The Package is a film about 4 kids who go camping, and one of them plays with a butterfly knife and cuts his dick off. And the whole movie is trying to get his dick sewn back on.
Okay, I saw the trailer for that, and I got the entire plot of the movie, so it was good. I didn't need to actually see it.
There's a part where a snake bites the shaft of his penis that's no longer attached, and they have to suck the venom out of it. There's a part where they go to the hospital, and the Ron dude's dick gets sewn back onto him, and they swap dicks, Frankenstein style.
I know this is probably not as funny in the actual movie, but I'm going that Splice is worse than that. Just by that.
I'm gonna let you know. I'm also on Team Splice. Splice is worse.
Well, and let me guess, it's a Netflix movie.
Yes, Package is a Netflix movie.
Yeah. What? How did I guess that? It's garbage.
Not all Netflix
Garbage.
is garbage.
They have a terrible track record and ratio. Splice. Has everyone here seen Splice?
I haven't seen Splice. I know enough about it though that I can follow.
Okay, it is definitely worse than Package.
Isn't that the first Anya Taylor-Joy movie?
No idea.
No,
We watched
that
Splice
is
for
not.
movie night.
That
once,
is
I think,
not
right,
Anya
guys?
Taylor-Joy. I don't know if that's insulting for what you just said, but it's not her.
Maybe a little bit.
Just to make
Maybe
sure
a
I'm thinking of the right
hair.
movie. Splice is the movie we watched for movie night
Yes.
a long time
Yes,
ago,
it's
right?
the Canadian film that won Best Makeup.
Best makeup. Yeah. Splice.
Rare
Two
for a Canadian
scientists
film.
wanting to splice human DNA with animal DNA, make this hybrid
They make a
creature
monster.
thing that they intend
Sort
to
of
kill.
pseudo-adopt, yeah.
And they both have sex with it.
Super
They
weird.
intend to kill it, but it grows quickly to the point where then they feel like guilty about it, and then it
No, I
releases
need you to
a
stop talking about the movie.
thing, and it's bad.
All right,
right.
writer, where are
Moving
you?
on from Splice.
No, writer, which one are you on?
In concept, the package sounds worth to me.
But that jokes.
Okay,
They have to
1v3.
suck the
Splice is
penis.
moving on.
Yeah. But probably Splice is probably.
All right, here we go. Finally pairing up things we've talked about already. We got Resident Evil Final Chapter against Last Airbender.
Last Airbender.
Last Airbender.
I'm on Last Airbender.
All right, I'm irrelevant. You'll never know.
No, Crimson,
Next
what's
one.
your answer?
I'll say Last Airbender, I guess.
Okay. We have, Last Jedi against Dark Phoenix.
Well, I have
Both
Gone
destroyed
with Last
universes.
Jedi.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Last Jedi.
Both
actually
destroy
seen it,
their
so
respective
They
properties.
do. That's a great
But
question.
I've
It's
seen
the,
one and I know the damage.
I
The
saw
other one
both in
I've
theaters.
heard about the damage.
I will say it's the one Ryan Johnson film I have no defense for. I don't like it.
Woo!
Yeah.
I'm happy
a
we would
win.
never have to fight over that one.
Yeah.
But Knives Out, I'm ready for that one
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
future. That'll be a good one.
No.
Looper.
That'll be a
Um,
great one. I will say Last Jedi because I know they both destroy universes, but I've seen the damage that one is. The other
Yeah.
one, I don't know definitively.
Is there actually? Here's a question: is there any Fallout movies that happened in that universe after Dark Phoenix to know
New
the damage that
Mutants?
was done?
No.
No.
They're not connected. Yeah, they pretty much cut it off after there.
Yeah, because you get because the issue with the Last Jedi is you feel the reverberations in that film and everything that's come afterwards. It's what makes it worse.
Well, yeah,
I think.
it turns
Rise
because
everything
everyone
into a
has
joke
to.
after.
Yeah.
That's
No,
why they've
Dark
just been doing
Phoenix.
prequels the whole time.
Dark Phoenix was the third in the Young X-Men trilogy, and New Mutants was after it, but that's not. I don't think that's
It's
connected.
in universe, but not really.
No,
connected.
and then you have Deadpool's. That's not really connected.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean,
But if
we
you want to
could
talk
get
about
Dark Phoenix,
if you want to talk about
in MCU
chronological
coming up.
order, then yeah.
Yeah, it might be. It might just be the Last Jedi gets a little bit of an advantage because the reverberations are felt in everything that's done in Disney Star Wars since then.
True. I mean, the thing for me with Last Jedi, it's like the last. Well, funny enough, but it's like towards the tail end. It's 8 out of 9, so it's like the worst is at the end. Dark Phoenix chronologically is kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
So it breaks apart more films further along. Kind of like the Captain Marvel situation.
Yeah, I mean, like, I get what you're saying in that it destroys everything that comes after it, and mine destroys everything that comes before it. Yeah,
I'm fine going with Last Jedi though, because I can see both points of here, and more of us have seen Last Jedi, so it seems to be on that side anyway.
All right.
If that's cool with everybody.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was waiting for Sinister's response. I didn't want him to be left out.
Yeah, sorry, I was multitasking there.
All right. Next we got Justice League against Spink. I wrote Splint. Okay, so it's not
Splink.
Splink.
It was in our messages.
I'm still in Justice League because it's the Last Jedi of the DC universe, except it just does it to its characters. It's such a bad film.
Well, films.
films. Yeah.
I'm staying on Slink. I haven't seen Justice League to know if I would like it or not, because I didn't really like the DCEU already. Man of
I
Steel
assure you,
is
it's
okay.
not get better.
You don't need a big budget to be a success, to have a good movie, but it's the biggest difference between those two.
I might be on Slink
I'm gonna say
because
Slink.
I'd rather not get to the semifinals with Justice League having like a caveat of 2 films.
Yeah. Well, I mean, from this purposes, let's go with Zack Snyder since that's the worst of the two.
Okay,
Okay, yeah. No.
From that point going forward,
but I'm on Slink because the other one has Batman.
that doesn't make it good.
It makes it better than Clooney.
Superficial.
No, it doesn't.
That's the only way he can get it out. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
I can give my points here.
I like it. I like how
I haven't seen either
for
film.
me, but
All right. It's got Batman, so it's better.
all right, we got 2 for Slink.
All right.
Justice League is probably still writers.
Yeah, that's still writers.
Yeah. Justice League is still my pick. Yeah.
All right. Fine. I'll switch to Justice League.
Okay, now we're tied.
All right, so we got tied.
Well, then
Okay.
I was. Then we weren't tied. What the hell was that counting then?
I think
I have no idea.
Crimson was waiting for you, Sinister. He didn't know where you were.
Oh,
Yeah,
I said Slink. Yeah, I said
All right.
Slink. I don't. Yeah.
Slink's moving
All right.
on. We got Christmas of the Cranks against Splice. I'm on Splice.
I will still stand by Splice on that one because I still see Cranks watchable.
I don't see either of them as watchable.
I don't think I'll ever want to watch Splice again. Ever.
I don't want to watch either of these movies again. However, I do think Splice is worse. I think butchering a good concept.
See, Christmas of the Cranks.
Lend you to.
I don't know if this is great, but Christmas of the Cranks is on TV. Someone's watching it. I mean, in my case, I'd sit down and watch it, but it's like you'd walk out of the room.
In the room.
Yeah, you're walking out of the room. Splice it. Someone's watching Splice on TV. I'm walking out of the house.
Just
don't even want to hear it.
I don't want to hear it,
especially in the barn scene. Oof.
I'm gonna pull a Crimson. I'm just gonna save myself. I won't say. No. No. I haven't seen Splice, so I'm just gonna say Christmas of the Cranks. But we got 3, so
all right.
we
They're
got
on
the
Splice.
Splice was on.
All right, we're in the quarterfinals. We have Last Airbender, or actually semifinals. Sorry, Last Airbender against Last Jedi.
Last Jedi.
Ooh. Still picking Last Jedi. And why are my movies being put against each other?
I don't know.
Well, because you're a little bit better of a debater.
In the first round with you.
I know. Who picked Iron Man 3? Out of curiosity.
You did.
You.
I know. So wait, did I just supply an extra movie to get lobbed in, or
you got Airbender, Jedi, Justice League, and Iron Man 3? Those were your 4.
Okay.
I'll say Last
Airbender.
Jedi.
Oh, well, okay, that's 3v1. Last Jedi's moving on. Funny enough, we got the same with Crimson. We got Splice and Splink.
Splice is worse.
On Splice.
I'm gonna say Splink. I haven't seen either, so.
Okay, that's a 3v1 again. And finals, last one we have here: Last Jedi against Splice.
Last Jedi.
Splice.
I think on my letterbox, I haven't looked, but I think there's a half-point difference between these two movies on my letterbox, with Splice being worse. So I will say Splice is my worst. I'd rather watch Last Jedi.
Same.
I don't think Splice is a good movie. The problem is I don't hate Splice. I hate The Last Jedi because I don't know. More vitriol for me.
I don't think I hate either. I don't think hate is the word I use for either of these films for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge Star Wars guy, so I'm mostly indifferent, but I don't really like it.
Yeah, I don't like both, to be clear, but I just happen to hate The Last Jedi more.
I mean, I've seen Last Jedi, so that's where I'm going. I'm gonna say Last Jedi is worse.
All right, we're at a tie.
That's fine. We can both get points.
We can leave it at the tie. I'm okay with that. With having two as our worst films of the podcast. I'm okay with that.
We can go with this. We'll leave it up to the audience.
What if you both get half a
point?
Let us know what's worse, Last Jedi or Splice.
And if there's no answer, are there any points?
No points. There was no winner.
Okay.
All right.
No one can
This
sway
is a
to the other
shocking amount
side.
of
So
there's a shocking amount of games that seem to end in open.
some people don't want to move.
Well,
That's true. We're all
I-
very
I-
rigid about
listen,
ourselves.
because I just don't want to go for a pick that I've never seen. I don't know if I don't like it more than the other one.
And Splice is one of the only media that I have a 1 out of 10 on LetterBox. I think I have 2 things on there: Splice and Falcon and Winter
Dominion?
Soldier,
No, it's a
and
show.
that's a show.
That's a show.
Well, that was
All right.
bracket
No
banter.
points, but
No points.
That
No
was
Yeah.
winner.
bracket banter. No winners.
Actually, well, winner's up to you, audience.
No winner.
Sorry.
I will, I guess, ask
We were
the
all
final
losers.
question. Yeah,
Oh,
I guess I'll ask the final question. How do we feel about this season?
I got touched on with this earlier. I think it was an average season for me. I do like the variety, though. Everything was quite different. There wasn't really anything too
That's what I
similar.
was going to touch on. I think we covered a lot of genres.
Mm-hmm.
We have family, sci-fi, war, horror, comedy, romance, satire, historical.
Yeah.
Like a lot of genres.
Yeah, we did a lot.
The
The tail end of this season though was really great. I really loved it.
it's interesting to note the group average for everything we covered was 7.
Yeah, I had to double check my math on that. I don't know how they all. I mean, Death at a Funeral was 6.5 even, so obviously
Yeah,
round
there's
up.
a little rounding up, but
So that one was on the cusp of being a 6, but rounded up. But they were all within the 7 range.
Is that including the holiday specials?
No, that was not including holiday specials. Those were both 8s, I think. Maybe 7 or 8. I don't remember. But this isolated season that we filmed in order of this season, I'll say.
Flight to Clone.
Yeah. Because we didn't film the holiday specials this season.
Interesting.
They were just a forgotten thing. Right?
That's actually kind of fascinating. I mean, especially with you, Crimson, saying it was all kind of like just same par, and then everything averaged out to be the same. But then we had stuff of writer giving things
Wildly
9s and
different
9.5s. And then
there were
we have
some. I'm happy we did.
3.5 in here.
I
I'm
gave
really
stuff.
happy.
I gave Flight, I think, a 9 subjectively, but then I gave like Clone High a 3. So like my scores are kind of all over. So it's interesting.
You have a lot of lower ones than this one. You got a 3.5, a 4.5, and a 3, which balanced out Writer's 9 and 9.5. Then my 4 in Lost Translation also. We had a lot of highs, a lot of lows, making it in the middle, pretty much.
Yeah.
Gotcha. A lot of middles.
Yeah.
Again, good season. It was fun.
Good season. Again, I still think I really lucked out that we did not do individual ratings per episodes in Clone High.
You did. We would have had our first objective 10s in there from you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I can't have a season without shooting myself in the foot somewhere along the lines there. So,
I guess one more thing I was going to bring up earlier, totally forgot. For Death at a Funeral, I did watch Dreamgirls between that and this recap, since it was kind of a plot point in it, I suppose.
Does it help the comedy of the film?
No, but I will say, because the whole point of Dreamgirls is like, if you like Dreamgirls, you might be gay. And I didn't get that watching it. It didn't feel like a chick flick.
Crimson, question: do you like Dreamgirls?
No.
Okay.
But usually, like, chick flicks are like gay movies, right? That's the stereotype.
Well, no, it's like
can be.
I don't know if that's
no,
true.
like I think it's like
what's the stereotype? I'm not saying that's what it is. That's the stereotype.
I don't think that's what they're going for. It's kind of like I'm trying to think of an example of
a chick flick that's opposite end?
No. It's like it's not like a
And there's
chick
like Mean
flick thing.
Girls.
Well, what's the difference
that's,
between
I guess, universal.
What's the difference between a chick flick and a rom com?
Well, that's a stereotypical term. It's not like an actual like a chick flick
It's not
is
a
like
genre.
no, it's like a stereotype or whatever. Like Steel Magnolias is a chick flick, but it's like a romance movie or whatever. But that's like the chick flick.
All right, question: is there a chick flick?
John Tucker Must Die. That's a chick flick.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, is there a chick pick that isn't romance?
Probably not. I'm gonna be
they
honest.
usually are tied with romance films, whether it be just romance or romance comedies.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm a man, so anything I say on this topic is not definitive.
We should ask Broadway and Hummer these questions.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have a better viewpoint on it. I don't know, like chick flicks, like Pretty Woman would be like a chick flick. The Notebook is a chick flick.
I think so.
Love Actually,
Legally Blonde is a chick flick, but there is a romance aspect to it that gets dropped.
How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days.
Yep. I don't know.
See,
it just sounds like a lot of rom coms.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it
not
can
all
be.
rom-com. Yeah.
But my point being with it is, having seen Dreamgirls, I wouldn't call it that.
Is Titanic chick flick?
Yeah,
because I would not say that's comedy.
That one's gray. That one's.
Yeah.
I could see that one go either way.
You know what we could consider a chick flick is Turning Red.
That is a chick flick.
Okay.
Yeah. Uptown Girls is probably a chick flick.
I just realized I've been
That's not a
saying
romance
pick
movie.
this whole time, not flick.
You have. I didn't want to correct you, but
because you didn't want to be me.
No, that's on me. I don't know why I was doing that.
Leap Year is a chick flick.
Maybe we'll do a season of chick flicks.
Maybe. I have some picks if that is the case.
Is Practical Magic a chick flick?
Great
question. It would be considered one, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Probably.
I would
having read
that
a lot of reviews for that, I think it might. I think that might be a chick flick.
That's probably my favorite chick flick.
It's definitely good. I like that one.
It's a solid film. Probably my favorite that Crimson's picked.
What a nice thing to end on. Anyway, that's been season 13 recap. Thank you for listening.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That has been Sinister's involvement for a while.
Yeah.
Yes.
Undeterminate time.
Yeah. See you next time, Sinister. But shall I read us out, gentlemen?
Yes.
Sure.
All right. Thank you for listening, audience, whether it be Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, CastBox, Google Podcasts, Overcast, Podcasts, and Samsung. And if you're on our visual side of things, be it Rumble or YouTube, please feel free to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them, and tell us who won our banter game. What is it called?
Bracket banter.
Bracket banter. Segment. Yeah. Our segment. As always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Chris Maroon.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will see you in a baseball diamond.
Oh, wow.
Later, everybody.
That's the game. Toodaloo.